It's time. Well, let me take a drink first. Now the ravages of fall be upon me. Wow, how's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you nerds doing? Let me say hello to everybody. How you doing, Jay? Congratulations on your first. How you doing, Matthew? How you doing, Moss? Also for Matthew. Supremely nice. How you doing, Turtle Sages? How you doing, Starlit Misfit? How you doing, Ars? How you doing, Charlie? How you doing, Froggenstein? And how you doing, Black Roses and Burrito and Fuber? Yeah, I got everyone. How you nerds doing? How you nerds doing? I thought I was doing good. Maybe I'm slightly under the weather. I don't know. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. The chill has crept upon my area. In the darkness, the cold, in my brittle jelly bones. Really? Okay, so I forget that in other parts of the world it's warm. At least for where I'm at, it's just now starting to really feel like fall. It's really not been fall until right now, so it's not been too bad. Hopefully you nerds have been doing good. Yesterday, besides movie night, which we watched oh god. Sorry, I was getting out some of this. I was getting out some of the Thunderbird Blue Speed Paint. And instead of coming from just like the tip, it just blasted out the side. It was just like a loose stream. Jay, you did that joke already. You did that fucking joke already. The secret encounter. You did that again. You did that again. I'm aware. Listen, I understand my memory is good and thus I am the perfect person to workshop jokes on, but I'm aware of some things. How you doing, Frostfire? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, well, I don't know. I live in an area where it's like stupid warm, so I'm very thankful for that. Think you're the only member of the audience? Yes, I thought it was well aware that I stream to no one and I just talk to my shadows all the time. My shadows are just very, very nice people and very consistent. Yeah, so we got I do be working on Genestealers. Well, that was the opposite direction I wanted. This is also the first time I didn't do the drilling, but I did do the thing where I glued the heads. I glued the heads onto little brass rods, which I think is actually going to be really, really nice. I'm excited to try this. This is like one of those things that like it's a pretty common painting suggestion technique thing, but I've never used it, so it's new to me. Yeah, I'm kind of in a similar area where like sometimes it'll be like 30, sometimes it'll be like 60. Who knows? Yes. My collective delusions. But yeah, how you nerds doing? How you nerds doing? Yeah, everyone. No, everyone's a bot. No, Twitch thinks that. Twitch thinks that, which is why it acts like Twitch. But you know. So apparently they're doing a UK age thing now, which is going to be interesting because a lot of people from the UK like minis. So we'll figure out how that goes. Yeah, this is part of the Genestealer project. How you doing, 14? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? And it's for these guys. These are just like actual turnip bodies with some plastic Genestealer bits merged on, and I want to get the heads in a good spot so they will be ready. They will be ready when it's time. I will fully admit that I don't know much about the Philippines. Like, is Filipino chocolate special, or is it just like, oh hey, this guy's selling chocolates Filipino, hell yeah. It could be both. I don't know. The whole wild world of variant chocolates, I'm not super well aware of. If somebody's like, yo, how would you like to try Philippines chocolate? I would say yes, because chocolate good. We paint a Q-tip. I am. Thank you for noticing. Yeah, these are heads. To be fair, they're kind of zoomed in pretty deep. So if it's looking a little wonky, that's what's going on. I have looked into Conflict 47 because, like, I do think one of these days it would be kind of fun to fuck around with some historicals. I was also thinking about painting these guys' jackets kind of like a red. Oh, okay. So it's chocolate infused with Filipino essence, I guess, and flavors and what. Hold on first. Hey, let's go. Hope you get it. I think Squids probably still has some of those. I don't know if you're still wanting to shop around or not, but I mean, if you're looking for those boxes and if he still has them. You should check out my wonderful sponsor, Collectible Squids. Hell yeah. They get you the funny 40K FOMO boxes. But yeah, every time I look into Conflict, The issue I always run into, I also gotta try, I'm mixing orange and like a brown to see if I can make like a kind of brown orange for their jackets. Whenever I check it out, it's always like I'll say, how you doing, Angler? Welcome, everybody. Oh, whoa, my font fucked up for a little bit. How you doing? How you doing? For everyone who does not know me, I'm Halbernot the Mimicoth, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven varieties. Oh yeah, that's a new Sonic kart racing game. How is that? How do we that? How do we that? Thank you for the hydrate. I can use that. And then the Warzone. Good Warzone or bad Warzone? Yeah, but everywhere has Miku these days. The uniqueness of having, I guess Miku was always kind of a character that was in a lot of collabs anyway. I've heard it's pretty good though. I've heard it's like pretty solid, especially because I think a lot of people are kind of bummed by Mario Kart. Like the newest one wasn't like up to snuff, I guess. I don't know. I have not played it, so I don't know. Oh, it is good. Okay, there we go. Hey, Zatai, a good konbanwa to you too. How you nerds doing? How you nerds doing? Oh yeah. Also, what do? I paint rats though. I did paint a rat last week. I might paint a rat this Sunday. I'm not entirely certain. Maybe. Kind of unlikely, but I might. So I did 3 drops. Okay, 3 drops orange, 1 drop brown. For context, I'm trying to make me a kind of like dirty coat for the jackets and stuff like that. I can see that. Like Mario Kart's always got like really good like kind of like movement stuff, but like if you're just like not into the courses or whatever, that doesn't mean much, you know. You need a lot of things to go right for a kart racing game. But yeah, no, I have not played either, really. I haven't played a proper kart racer in like a hot minute, though, to be fair. I don't really, there we go. I don't know, like I used to play a lot of like the N64 Mario Kart, and I didn't even actually get a chance to play a lot of Double Dash, which is sad because from what I understand, I know Double Dash is fun, like I've played it, but like I never got to like, it was like really, really popular where I was at, so we could like really get to know like the little intricacies of like the mixing and matching and like the different stuff. Oh fuck, we got ad break. Yeah, I didn't do the usual like start in lead ad thing. Just see what happens if I don't. I am curious. I'm just want to see what happens if I don't for a day. It was last year. I still think Mario 64 holds up pretty well. Like it is, mind you, because I was a Nintendo 64 lad, like that is my first console. I am very biased to still enjoy Nintendo 64 games. I understand a lot of people now, they play an N64 game and are like, this is hideous, and I hate it. I still like N64 games. I also do, it probably does help that Mario Kart is using sprites, so like it still holds, I think it would hold up better to like an average audience as opposed to like, you know, like the peak of 3D gaming. But yeah, I was about to say earlier about Conflict 47. It's too expensive and the quality is not like particularly better. Like then like I'll drop some dosh on a mini that I like, but like a lot of the stuff just seemed to be World War II, but also like more expensive, I guess. I'm sure the game's fine, and I could probably like, it's not one of those games that's going to require like really stringently, you have to run exactly these models or else we're going to beat you with sticks. But I'm kind of like, it's fine. Fine. The game I was looking a little bit more and more into is so we watched the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings movie yesterday, and it was an experience. But I did look a little bit more into like, so North Star is a company that does a lot of figures for like Frostgrave stuff, but they also have Oathmark, which is their sort of like mass battle line. And I was like, you know, I know some people use this for their Middle Earth strategy battle games. So I was like, okay, what about the orcs? What are orcs like? Apparently their skills are so off compared to like, they're not bad off. They're just like, you know, Lord of the Rings minis are tiny. Apparently you use their goblins. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, the movie is a bunch of very buck wild expressions. Like the expressions in the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings are just absolutely fucking bananas. Like, I don't even know if I would say if it's over animated or not, because that is just kind of a style. I think the thing that got me is like I I enjoy rotoscoping. I like it when it's like a little treat or if you like really lean in. That movie was kind of in a weird spot where it was like a lot of the movie was just like people in costumes just kind of just like menacingly walking towards the camera, which has a goofy charm to it, but it gets overused like hell amount. And they'll also do weird things where it's like they'll use that on like effectively like kind of like, you know, background characters and stuff like that. I almost said NPCs out of habit, but I guess it still kind of tracks. But like, you know, where it's like, yeah, like this is the non-important Chumpo at the Battle of Helm's Deep. He is just going to be a guy, but because in order to make it cheaper for rotoscoping, what they actually did. How you doing, Malstrain? Welcome. Talking about the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings movie and my thoughts. Basically, it was like a lot of there was just like the way the live action rotoscope stuff was just kind of like put in there was very strange, very, very strange. I did find out that I was looking a little bit into like what is the technique he used to like make the orcs like really, really stand out. Apparently, it's called solarization. It's like solarization and a couple of color fillers, which is like. Now we live in an era where I could do that. Like there's technically VTube studio filters that I think I could do that if I wanted to be solarized. I was like, that'd be cool to know. It's nice to have that in my pocket. How you doing, nobody? How you doing? Welcome. Eating Genestealers and talking about Lords of the Rings and whatnot. Yeah, that was the kind of weird thing too. It's like when I still think like the Nazgul were really cool with the rotoscoping when they were I was okay when the Nazgul were just spooky little dudes in masks, but I really liked the Nazgul when they went like full armor with the glowing red eyes. I was like, that's a cool detail. But then also like you would look at the people who are the orcs and like, that is a gorilla costume, my guy. That's a fucking gorilla costume. Like you could, no shame for using a gorilla costume. I understand budgets, but it's like, you can't keep doing all these close-ups. You're doing so many close-ups of the gorilla costumes that it's like really obvious it's a gorilla costume. Really, I guess we have kind of reached that point where it's like I hate to say it, but like the Peter Jackson movies are what like. How old are the Peter Jackson movies? I know like early 2000s, but like what degree of early 2000s? Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings. When did that come out? 2002. So like, you know, we're talking like 23 years old. I was, oh God, yeah. I was 22 when that came out. That doesn't feel right, but two. No, I was 12, my bad. I was 12. I cannot count. But it's like, yeah, I was a child when I originally saw those and that was cool. But like a lot of people now were like, they lived full adult lives with that movie just already being like out in the world, you know? Yeah, that was when they had like the main character, because like it weirdly made the main characters look like shittier and cheaper. I agree, Malstrain, I agree. But like it's the like I'm understanding that like in terms of like the pop cultural sort of like zeitgeist, it has fallen out because like, you know, things just need to be like refreshed and re-released and people talk about them a lot. So it's not surprising that like a theoretically like younger, like if somebody is in their like 30s and doesn't know who Gollum is, that's a strange choice. But like someone in their like maybe like early to mid 20s, I would actually legitimately not be surprised. I'm not like stoked by this knowledge, you know, passage of time and whatnot. My jelly bones are turning to dash. I try to say ash and dust at the same time. I got dash. My bones are dashing out, but it's like, I do understand that as an old man, the passage of time means that things that I enjoy are, they're classic movies now. It did. I mean, so the thing is like the way Lord of the Rings has been done lately is like, I would argue in a similar vein to Star Wars. So we got Rings of Power, which generally a lot of people didn't like. I didn't even bother. Like I was like, there's no way this is going to be any good. It's Amazon just throwing money at shit. And like maybe someday I'll watch it, but I have a feeling it's like one of those like I think I'm good. And then besides that though, it was the War of the Rohirrim. Rohim? I cannot pronounce anything. It's fine. The Lord of the Rings anime that came out last fall, which I kind of want to. I think that's going to happen after I might need to skip movie night next week. But eventually after we do the Rankin Bass, like Return of the King, I do want to watch that one because I am legitimately curious what modern anime Lord of the Rings is like. I'm really, really curious how the fuck that turned out. Once again, not expecting like really any amount of quality, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm a curious boy. Because I put like flesh texture on him. Trying to figure out like where that starts, where that starts and then the cape goes. There we go. Yeah. I mean, that's, if you grew up with the Rankin Bass, like older people know who Gollum is. It's like I said, it's more like if you were to speak to like someone who's younger, and arguably like it also really depends if they're like a dork or not, because you know, like I will say one thing that like it's really easy to shit on Zoomers and Gen A and stuff like that, but like you know, there are nerds in them and they do enjoy things, and like you know. These are the people we have to like nurture and be the next generation for all of our fun like war games and communities and whatnot. Oh, okay. Well, wait, how do I? So I'm curious how you grew up on them. Then I'm not doubting you. I'm just curious like what led to you growing up on those. Older than 20 years. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It's like I think exactly where it's like the idea that like Lord of the Rings is. And probably will forever be the biggest fantasy franchise. But like, think about like what we've had since. We had Game of Thrones, which was like legitimately like it was like for like normies doing like water cooler talk to like, oh, did you see that Red Wedding? It was fucked up. That's sort of the closest. That is the closest I think we've really, really, truly had to a like similar big enough franchise thingy. And then that hit the shit. So it's like, yeah. No, I don't think there's been a bigger one since, like, or even like half comparable. Like, I don't know. I could be out of the loop. I know like Wheel of Time got a TV show and a couple of other things, but like I've heard nothing about that. It's one of those things that, like if I don't hear anything, I'm assuming the worst. Like that. Yeah. Oh yeah. No. 100%. Yeah. I know tons of people. How you doing, Deacon? Welcome. Yeah. I know tons of people who are like, I think Lord of the Rings is for dumb nerds, but like, oh man, fucking Game of Thrones, bro. And like, you know, they ran out of book, and then George R.R. Martin is too busy, like being an old man. You know, he's old. I'm, you know, regardless of like whatever the guy actually does, I totally understand being an old man and just realizing that you've created a thing that like whatever you do, no one will ever be happy about like that. Like whatever the last book is going to be like. So like, fuck it, why not? You know, supposedly he's still working on it. I don't think that's true. I think if that was true, things would have happened by now. Oh, yeah, you said your mom was the one who showed you those, which is cool. That does require second gen, like that does require somebody from that era though to like really like kind of like get you going there, which is not a bad thing. I know. I think it's like legitimately great, but it is you are atypical for your generation. Those are like slightly different than everything else. There we go. Called the end of a T-show. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, a lot of shows are predictable, so that's not too surprising. I know like also right now it's like the fucking the Cosmere stuff. The Brian Anderson? I don't know. I forget exactly that guy's name, but I know that's sort of like currently the best-selling fantasy stuff, but it's also it's going to remain in the realm of like, you know, nerds who read books because it's just books, which is not a bad thing per se. I don't think that's like an issue. It's just like another one of those, like it's hard for that to reach pop culture status because nerds who read books are not going to like, you know, that's not going to pierce the mainstream anytime soon. There we go. Oh yeah. We did have the D&D movie too, which was like whatever. I've still have not seen the newest D&D movie. I've been told by multiple people that it's worth my time, and it just never got around to it. But what's like another one? I knew the Beatles had a couple of animated movies. I don't think I've heard about that one though. I know there's like the Yellow Octopus or whatever. My knowledge of the Beatles is not. I don't super know the Beatles very well. Like I've listened to their music and everything. It's like, I'm trying to. Yeah, that's why I keep hearing it was better than expected. But at the time when it was in theaters, it looked like Marvel quippy bullshit, which I dislike a lot. Yellow Submarine, thank you. God, think about something else. I think my brain was trying to mush Yellow Submarine and Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band in together, and that just did not work. So I was getting like real fucking baffled for no reason. If you're wondering like what was going on there. But also we also do kind of got that thing to like a lot of fantasies also just now being met by people who are doing like live plays and stuff like that. Like, like Critical Role. Like I see a lot of like, this is once again still kind of in the nerder sphere, but like, like a lot of people my age are like really, really big into Dimension 20, which is not something I've ever looked into myself, but like that seems to be doing pretty well. How you doing, Linguini? How you doing? Yeah, what's it called? Yeah, Ringo was on Thomas. That is buck wild because he was probably on Thomas when I grew up watching Thomas, and I just had no idea. I was just like, yay, trains! And then my family's like, is that Ringo? Oh, I've also been thinking Octopus's Garden Town. Okay, there we go. There's all kinds of... Once again, my Beatles knowledge is severely lacking. How you doing, Baconator? How you doing? Welcome. Let's go back last year. Hey, let's go. I'm glad you've retrieved your poster. Hell yeah. Like, I think I just get like the rims of these and then go back and this is kind of a weird thing. These bodies I think are mostly built for bigger heads. Like you can put smaller heads in there, which is what I'm doing. I think there's going to be a little bit of scuff when I put these motherfuckers in there. Oh god, yeah, I forgot that fucking George Carlin was in there. Like that's one that like there's no way that like I don't think my family ever knew who George Carlin was. I did when I went through like so I kind of had like an edgy comedian phase, but it wasn't like I was like, yeah, look at George Carlin. He says fuck on TV. I think it was just I was actively more paying attention to stand-up comedy and like, he's kind of like one of those figures that even if you don't know stand-up very well, you get introduced to George Carlin like a decent amount. Let me get another layer. Another layer on these guys because I think these always take two. Yeah, it was like him. Like at the time, it was like him, Mitch Hedberg. I don't think he was huge, but like Christopher Titus. I don't know. I legitimately I wonder how much of my like sense of humor and just like I wouldn't say my values, but like a lot of the way my brain works is influenced by the fact that like I spent a lot of my weekends in like middle and high school just like watching late night Comedy Central stuff. So like a lot of stand up, a lot of like the show with Dave Attell where he would just like go drinking and go to all these various cities. And the really fun part was when he stayed up. Insomniac. It was Insomniac. So basically, Dave Attell's a comedian guy. I've heard he's called like a comedian's comedian. I guess I don't know how real that is, but like he would just kind of go around, like, go to these different cities and whatnot. And, like, he would kind of do, like, kind of typical, like, party, drinking, all the big things. And then I was like, when it was just so late, it's like 5 a.m., he's like, well, no one's going to be at the sewage treatment plant, so, fuck it, I'm going in. not in like a jackass, like, breaking his way in. He's just like, yeah, I contacted these guys, and they're going to give me a tour, because it's 5, who gives a shit? Oh, God, I forgot. I also forgot about Dane Cook. Like, yeah, he was really, really big. I don't think I wasn't quite that era where it's like I had like an irrational hatred of Dane Cook. I was kind of neutral. My irrational hatred was Larry the Cable Guy. Because I grew up in like a real rural area and everybody was like, get her done, get her done, get her done. Every now and then you got a little, here's your sign, and that's fine. Different comedian, same redneck comedy tour. But like, God, as somebody trying to be like the happy-go-lucky little goth lad in the middle of like Nowheresville, USA, having to deal with just like we had like Larry the Cable Guy impersonators come to my high school to do bits, and I was like, oh God, please, you might be a redneck if you, I don't know, like that kind of thing, yeah. Oh, it's based. Okay. I see. Well, this is once again my knowledge in that area is not particularly well known. So yeah, Buckers, have yourself a good night. Have a good sleep. That's really, considering the fact that this is an orange that's mixed with like a billion layers of brown. More like some brown mixed with a billion layers of orange. I'm actually really happy how this is turning out. I was originally going to do the blue-orange contrast, but I think it kind of looks nice, and I'm not doing it for like all my guys, just like anyone with like actual like little cloth bits. I think it's a funky fun little touch. Yeah, see, Deacon's got it. It was like real pervasive, and like it wasn't like in a weird thing where it's like because of the way my small town grew up. You would get the popular kids who are really into it. It's like one of those weird things. Oh yeah, Alice Madness Returns will returns on Saturday. That will be true. That will be true. But yeah, no, it was genuinely really big, and I wasn't even trying to do that like rebellious thing of like trying to be all like against it, but it drove me up the fucking wall. Now I don't like it, and I'm not nostalgic for it, but like I've calmed down. It doesn't bother me anymore. If I hear a get her done, it's more like, what are you doing? What are you doing in the wild? Like, did you go up to the Alps to like go like I don't know like go foraging for truffles, and did you come back like Rumpelstiltskin style like 20 years later? Like, what time is it? Where's my sign? Where's my sign? Like that, like if it's like one of those, maybe. But yeah, no, that was get her done. That was the sort of big one, yeah. Yeah, I actually don't. The funny thing is, I actually don't think I've actually never seen Cars. I don't think I ever saw Cars specifically because of Larry the Cable Guy, and like I don't know if I'm really missing out. Really, I understand it's like a solid enough movie, but I don't think it's like I'm gonna lose sleep because I never watched Cars. And a circle is a sin of pi. Sure, that one works. That one kind of works. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'm not upset by it. Laid on the southern. It is something that every now and then I kind of like. The thing is, like, I'm not from the South, but like I grew up in a real hicky area, so it's like I arguably I had more of an accent like growing up, like not me personally, just like people around me had more of an accent than when I properly moved to the South, which is very, very funny. Just funny how that worked out. So yeah, I don't know, it's like that, but yeah, I did used to have like my big stand-up thing, and like really I think even like George Carlin's kind of whatever. I really like Mitch Hedberg. I think Mitch Hedberg was sort of like the big one I really remember enjoying growing up, and not just because he was in the AMV Hell stuff. I will clarify that he was in a lot of early AMV Hell. Oh no, I did not hear about the fire at the circus. I heard 10 died. Are you about to tell a joke about it? Are you about to tell a joke about this tragedy? Some of those people had families just sick. Fuck. Okay, how's the actual joke go? South of New England. I guess every state really has like a South. that kind of accent is. Oh, I'm actually like blocking my. Let me do a thing immediately after I get this little bit. Yeah, but yeah, Mitch Hedberg was pretty great. It's for context. Let me hold on. I'm not stopping the stream. I just need to do a little bit of camera. Taller. Also, Minida, how you doing? I'm there we go. I'm adjusting the camera a little. Hey, there we go. So I can like bend down a bit more. Hey, 26 is a big number. It's not like a special like specific number, but it's a cool big number. But but said in response to my Star Wars direction, I was kind of going, aha, me comedy master Halbernacht stealing your jokes. But yeah, no, for context, like he was kind of like a sort of like really chill, like comic guy. Forget if he did. I don't think he directly did any like I did weed things, but kind of like that similar tone. He definitely did drugs though, because I'm fairly certain he died of an overdose when he was really young, which sort of like was like he's kind of one of those guys that eventually probably would have became really big and then like just kind of like petered out, but because he like died really young, you kind of get that like there is that kind of like weird mythical status of dying really young in the entertainment industry. It's like you're always just going to be like a little. There's like a little bit more mystique to everything because of that. Cowboy always are free-spirited people. Oh, fine. Oh, so like cowboys and hippies sounds like a fun mix. Yeah, actually, yeah. Kurt Cobain in comedy is probably like a really good. Hold on. I'm curious if I was to just look up the phrase Kurt Cobain a comedy, if like Mitch Hedberg would show up in like a old article from like 2006 or whatever. How you doing, Chieftain? How you doing? How you doing? We're talking about Mitch Hedberg and him, being dead. How you doing? How you doing? Oh fuck! Oh no. Hey, there we go. I was able to save it. If you get a little bit of paint on something, if you immediately go in with a wet brush, you can usually alter the course of things. That's usually pretty solid. And then die. No. Unfortunately, and I hate to say it for both of us, we're well beyond like young up and coming comedian. No, we're like, if that happened to be like old man dies. Also, it's cloudy outside sometimes. It's like, yeah. But no, he was like genuinely in his like 20s or something like that, like pretty early 20s. Let me see. I'm curious if I do Google like Mitch Hedberg, Kurt Cobain, and see if I get an article for that. Hedberg, Cobain. There we go. Oh, okay. So here, yeah, he gets linked a lot, but apparently I'm seeing like an 8-year-old thing with the kind of a joke conspiracy theory that Kurt Cobain faked his death to become Mitch Hedberg, which is oh yeah, there's a lot of things to it comparing the two of them. Yeah, very, very much so. That isn't like, I kind of like those like really dumb low stakes conspiracy theories a lot, where it's like, it's stupid, but like it's like, not that like there's enough you could go like, I don't think I believe this, but it's a fun thing to consider, and no one's getting hurt or anything. So it's like, yeah, those are my favorites. That's why I like me like a good conspiracy theory about like Pleiadians and whatnot, and I don't like a lot of other stuff now, which is just modern conspiracy talk. That makes me sad. Train an apprentice. Yeah, but the thing you gotta watch out though is if they start training an apprentice, then the rule 2 is gonna kick in. And then I guess that is a way to do your plan. Also says got a belt, which I'm really I have to like get in there with a belt later. It'll be a pain. Oh, too soon. It's only been what, like I actually don't remember when Kurt Cobain died. Oh god, it's been a bit. Definitely been a bit. Yeah, there was a flat earther guy who I recall specifically like learned rocketeering so he could just like go to space to prove that the Earth was flat, and that is 100% one of those like. I'm gonna do a Twitter version. Guys first. It's like one of those things. It's like, you know what? Flat Earth stuff is dumb, but honestly, shine on, you crazy diamond. Live your best life. How you doing, Big Gun? How you doing? Yeah, let me get a dry brush going on. Take a sip. Yeah, same. It's like, if you're gonna believe something stupid, go full ass. Oh yeah, you said earlier that was like you were gonna say a joke, but then like kind of whatever you were gonna do, like my thing was sort of like kind of took its thunder. What did I do? What did I do for that? Oh yeah, I think I did Dark Ivory. There we go. How you doing, Steve? How you doing? I'd be doing the mini painting. It's always more about red green. Oh, I do enjoy red green. There was like a period of time where if in that case I do not remember if it was not that one. It was, listen, whenever I stream, I am always moving forward in time. Never look behind. Mostly I just got bad memory anyway. It's the only, like, the way I multitask is having no short-term or long-term memory. I just go with the flow. But so there was like a period of time where I lived in like a real middle of the boonies place where we couldn't even get like real basic cable. And I do recall doing a lot of. Oh, see, I didn't even read that as a joke. I did not even read that as a joke at the time. I thought you were just making like a point about drugs. Well, yeah, 450 whole. I think you got the biggest streak. If not, it might be nobody. You two are definitely high up on there. It is quite large. So maybe I think this might have too much on the cheekbones. Drier. There we go. As if I really want to lean into being more like the. There we go. Lad. These are the Malstrain heads I got from the container, you know? Which you might need for sleep. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, streaks are fun, but I would rather you guys get, like, properly rested and whatnot, so it's all good. It's all good. Got 2K of your chores. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Everyone's getting shit done. I'm actually, like, at a point, so... God, I changed the FEP on my 3D printer again. And it's still fucking up, but I think I need to re-level my bed. And I'm like, oh my god. I didn't realize how much, like, I just passively print minis. Where it's like, even like bits and shit. I'm just like passively printing minis. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. If I'm not actively printing something, I forgot how much that like really like clogs up certain like pipelines of shit I want to do. Like, mind you, I do have a bunch of already 3D printed bits. Like, you know, the backlog will never run out. But there was like 2 or 3 projects for after this that was waiting on 3D printed bits. Like, I still want to do my Ashen Circle. Yeah, I understand why they integrated that because, like, you know, Twitch is basically like Twitter and all these other platforms where they really don't want you to leave. The idea that you would go on Twitter, you would find a teehee little funny thing and then leave is why they punish links. Where, like, they want people to, like, link their stuff to, like, you know, have Twitter be, like, a little blog social thing. But they really don't like the idea that you might go from Twitter to another website. Because then that website's getting your traffic. And then the more time you spend on other websites, the less time that you are spending potentially getting ads. So it's like... they're doing that streak. They're like, no, we like, listen, you might want to, like, you know... do other things and watch Twitch, but what if big number? What if big number? And what if big number made you feel bad? What if you missed a single stream and you no longer had big number? You had small number. That's a very Twitch thing to do. Very Twitch thing to do. Also, I gotta say, brass rods and glue. Ooh, baby. I didn't do the thing where I did like a fancy drill into this. I did not drill into this. I kind of wish I did, though. I do kind of wish I did. I would argue the threat of small number is a lot more strong than like big number. And you can see it with like a lot of people too, where it's like getting big numbers, like, yeah, big number, I feel good. But if big number becomes small number, they're like, my life is in shambles. You get that every now and then with VTubers too. It's like, and I'm not immune to big number good, small number devastating. But like anytime there is a big change, you do see a lot of people that are like, I am burning out because big number small. But yeah, Twitch really wants you to stay here. Mind you, they could be doing like other things to encourage that, but like, unfortunately, the psychology of people is like so well mapped out that it's much easier to use trickery. It's much easier to use trickery to get people to do things. So like for instance, I have not played Horse Game in 6 months, but I got, you know, I decided to log into Horse Game to spin because I got some carrots for just like maintenance shit. And I got a big horse. I did get big horse, which I'm sad. So there's like apparently this horse is supposed to be like the Hishi Akebono. It's supposed to be like a big horse, like a real huge horse. And she's like 5'9" because I forget that like Asian women's sizes are fucking tiny. And yeah, Vtuber. Speaking about big number and encouraging you to pop in. Yay, Nana's fan club. No, I do the Nana's fan club thing because it's fun. You know, it's fun. It's fun to do. But yeah, so people are not aware. This is my snake Nana. She's doing good. She's digested her rat, and she is just now starting to peek her way out of her little hide just to like look at me. So she's doing very, very legit. She's doing very, very legit. Yeah, everybody knows big number for cholesterol means big good. Yeah, exactly. That's just math. That's just how math works. But yeah, Fuber Nuck 3. Thank you for the freshman year of the official Nana's fan club. Yeah, Nanners at the end of the day do be best girl. Look at her home. I want one more yawn before I all out. Yeah, let's go. I have been catching her yawning more, which has been fun. Like she has really been a lot more active, which has been fun because every now and then I'll just see her do goofy shit, which is really, really great. Jay, you fucker! You know what you're doing. You fucking know what you're doing. You fucking know. Let me get you on there anyway. Let me get you on there, you big nerd. And hey, there we go. We'll get Zetai as well. We'll get Zetai on there as well. Hell yeah. Let's do that. So yeah, the good old, the last of the J-Mesians and Zetai Begami, welcome both of you to the freshman rank of the official Nanners fan club. Hell yeah. Ooh, wow. There we go. Yeah, that's fair. If it's like once per season, that's fine. You know, that doesn't really fuck with the stream stuff too much. You fucker! Oh my god, there we go. Fine then. I see how it is. All right. Fine. I'll pronounce you by your proper name. N0BBODY. Welcome to the freshman rank of the official Nanners fan club. You bastard. There we go. Just having some fun. But yeah, congratulations, nobody, on getting freshman rank at the official Nanners fan club. Yippee. Hell yeah. Yeah, no, Nanners is doing good. I'm still like not sure if she likes her new hides. Oh god, you're actually like really close to doing the thing where you're forcing me to go outside. Oh damn. So that is scarily not far off. That is way more than I like. I knew you and Steve were close. I was not aware of like that close. I am not aware. I was not aware it was that close. Holy shit. I will now live in fear. You do purchase Mimic a lot, to be fair, which is nice. I do like Mimic Moto. And don't worry, new outfit is going to be sort of like a halfway point between Elf and Mimic Moto, but it will still have some toggleable features and stuff. So it's not going away. And don't worry, I will be using this outfit as well too. It's not like a full replace, but I think I'm due for like a fun little refresh. A fun little refresh should be neat. How you doing, Yuital? How you doing? Welcome. I'm painting Genestealer heads. And it's turning out pretty good so far. I'm getting there, got like a scarf doodly. In hindsight, I could have probably stuck to more like regular turnipy helmets. But I feel like these heads are really cool. These heads are cool, and I think it's like a thing I really, really want to do with these. Let's get all that. And you're fucking exploding. Hell yeah. How you doing? Is something going? Is like what's going on? What's going on? I did see that it's funny. Valve has released all their new stuff, or previewed their new stuff, and they're gonna have like the. I do like how it's called the Gabe Cube. I think Gabe Cube is a very great nickname for that. And I was like, is that like because like I know like in the like my back of my brain's like. Technically, technically by using one of those as like the streaming PC, I was like, that would be really good. That would potentially lessen some like computational load on some things. And I was like, wait a minute. Motherfucker, I only play older games. Like, I'm playing Alice come Saturday. Like, I don't need like a better PC for that. This current one is still fine. Steam Engine would be cool too. They do all seem neat where it's like I know it's like a new controller, a new index equivalent, the cube. I thought there was also going to be like a new Steam Deck, but it doesn't look like it. There was just whatever the big flat thing was not what I was expecting. Let me rinse that fucker off. And what I need to do is I gotta get some shoes. I will be doing the, actually, you know what, let's take a very small break on these guys, on the other ones. And these guys, the lads themselves. I need to do with them is that these are, so basically these are the main Genestealers. They're like arguably basically done, but some things I need to do. There's like a couple little angles. There's like a couple little areas that I just straight up missed. Like with this gunner camo. No, it's this like Raging Sea speed paint. Oh yeah, no, I think it's legitimately a very cool thing where it's like, yeah, it is a really cool like easy emulator. It's potentially could be like a really nice budget portable PC, especially if you want something with a small form factor. It seems really, really neat. It's just that I don't have a good, I'm not a good use case for it, but I think people are going to do really, really fun things with it. And who knows, maybe eventually that wouldn't be like a terrible thing to have. Here and stuff. Yeah, so basically I'm trying to go to all these little bits. This guy's also got like the occasional little like bump. Like actually, he's got a bunch of little bumps. I don't know if those are ones that I should bother trying to like really make them stand out or not. Or if I should just continue just to try to add more color to these darkened areas and just call it a day. That's probably the better move. Oh yeah, no, Gabe. I mean, Gabe is technically like, I mean, not even technically. Gabe really is like, he has a success story where it's like. He's got a very nice big company. He has not sold it to private equity or made it public in a way that would like compromise his vision. He's not just like hoarding infinite money. He's spending it on things that are like cool. Like he's doing like aiding with like wasn't one of Gabe has like a bunch of undersea like subs and they were supposed to like, they were like trying to help. They were helping with something or another. I don't really recall exactly what Gabe subs were doing, but I do know that they were a thing and they were doing some shit. There we go. So yeah, so it's like, yeah, so he's living the dream really. And I think like the big thing too, I think as far as I can tell, no one's really turned on Gabe. And like I'm not saying that other people that like don't like. You know, there was a while where people were like, Elon Musk was like, oh, he's like Tony Stark if he was real. And then you know, and then he Elon'd all over the place, and there was much all that. But got a little bit on his knee I need to touch up. But it's like, you know, I think Gabe is still generally has a pretty good rep. Also, Caruso, 45, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Yeah, he's one. He's doing like every side mission. How you doing? I'm working on this Malstrain Genestealer, and talking about Gabe Newell, who is living the dream. He is truly living Moss. Somebody's. Basically what I did, I already did an enamel wash on this guy, so I'm like going in to like catch up. Like there's probably some other like little highlighty bits I need to get. I'm just trying to get like a couple funky special little areas that I missed. And it seems so far this seems to be going well. I also want to eventually do like a gloss coat, specifically just on this stuff I'm doing, this like darker blue. Yeah, knocks on wood, but it also seems nice because from what I understand is I know Gabe's son, I think is like roughly ideologically similar to him. Like there's always that fear of like, oh no, when Gabe croaks that everything's gonna get bad. But as far as I can tell, good old, I don't know his son's name. I'm just gonna say Gabe Jr. Gabe Jr. seems to get it from what I understand. So like, I don't know. No, like knock on wood and whatnot. So far things are going pretty good. But yeah, how you doing? I'm working on some Genestealers for Turnip28. These are the Malstrains. I also got these are going to be my guttersnipes, but they're drying and shit. Kind of like sneak in like a couple little extra bits of color before I do some. Let me probably do like an itty bitty bit more touch up with like this, the paler white color I've been using. So maybe like touch up the claws. Yeah, I definitely got to claws. These guys are in a good spot, but they're not quite done yet. If I can get anything done tonight, the other guys I would like to do because I do need them for the Turnip28 list I want to put together. I do like these. I do like these Malstrains a lot. These guys were the reasons I even got this kit. They're just very, very nice. Yeah, the Newell family business. That's kind of fun. That's a thing that like you can pass on. That's pretty legit. Also debating that when I inevitably do the gloss, if like I want to like also just paint that directly on, like, or do I want to just mix it with a little bit of this as well to kind of have it ooze? Got the 3. It is funny. Like I don't know why people hold out for Half-Life 3. Like, I'm gonna be real. It's been too long. Nothing that ever takes this long to make will ever be good. The idea of Half-Life 3 is too strong culturally. Like, I'm pretty sure that, like, Gabe could personally give everybody, like, $100 in a blowjob coupon, and people would complain about the wrapping paper on, like, they would complain about the paper quality on the coupon. Like, there's no way, like, even in a best-case scenario that I think is people are going to, like, be entirely jazzed for it. I could be wrong, but, like, I don't know. I feel like it would have been easier just to, like, give up the ghost many moons ago. Listen, I'm sorry, it has to be Gabe. Listen, it's not going to be a pretty one, but like you know he's the best at everything. So like you're probably going to have a good time. Didn't hear the word coupon. Oh, fair. Understandable. There we go. Yeah, I kind of think that's like I do think sane people have given up already on it. It is just like, you know, the same people that like whenever it's like you kind of run into that for these people who are looking like really long term for some of these things. When it's like, so whenever like FromSoft releases anything, they're like, when's Bloodborne PC? It's like I don't think it's happening. Like at this point with Bloodborne PC too, like you might as well emulate. Fuck it, why not? Like Sony doesn't give a shit. Coop. Dying Scoob. Ooh. I don't think I know that swords off the top of my head, but hell yeah, let's go. I'm expecting. I am wanting to build Radadrabic, so I'm waiting for some cards to come in for that, including the guy himself, because for some reason I thought I had one. I thought I had a Radadrabic, and apparently I don't. That's the problem with my Magic collection. It's like it's hard for me to remember what cards I have. Like I searched and searched and searched. I was like, I know I had one at one point, but like sometimes I'll just sell cards. I'm like, maybe I just sold them at one point. Maybe I was like, I'm never gonna build this. That I don't know. I've never played a Half-Life. I will fully admit I've never played a Half-Life. I just didn't have a decent PC until like way later in my life, so I missed out on all the Half-Lives. Now I've considered streaming them. I do own all of them because like, you know, it's very, very easy. It's very, very easy to get more Half-Lives like for like $1 now. Just because like they're always on sale. They did. It's Half-Life Full Life Consequences. It is a once again another pillar. You know what? Maybe that's what I got to do. Maybe what I need to do is I need to play all the Half-Life games, so then I could have the credentials to read Half-Life Full Life Consequences. Now, I have seen that, like, the animated version of Half-Life Full Life Consequences, like, almost as long as I've been on the internet. I really like that video. I really, really like that video. It's really good. Like, you know, and I generally have enough. I could generally, though, whenever I play like classic games, I try to go for the OG version because I like to, you know, there's always that bit of like things get meddled with and, like, you know, compromising the original visions. I'm sure the Black Mesa version of Half-Life 1 is fine. Like, it's probably not bad, but I'm a purist nerd, so I want to get that. I want to get the true experience. So yeah, maybe it'll be, I don't know. It's like now it's like that, and now that's Reciteer, and then, oh god, there's like so many games I want to play after Alice. And Alice, I think Alice is probably going to be like 3 streams altogether if it was like the old one was true. Got like a... Get that wrist a little bit. You know, considering that the way some of these joints are kind of angled out, I'm actually legitimately surprised I've been able to reach them as well as I have. He's got some dirt on he foot, as one does. I'm gonna be honest, I feel like I've heard that Half-Life Source is bad. I know you're doing a bit, but I do think it's like one of those bits where it's like even I'm aware. Even I know. And then I could do, what was the other one? It's like, there's that like Hunt the Freeman game, which I know is like basically a bunch of, basically someone trying to push their fan fiction as like a thing and like hiring a bunch of like reasonably famous like YouTubers and stuff to be voice actors. I know that's like basically like the closest you get to like it's hard to find B-movie games, like games that follow the same niche as that. Yeah, there's like I Hate Everything is in there, and then I think there's like a couple others besides him. And I think, because like the thing is like, it's like, you know, somebody's like, hey, I'm doing like a cool big community project and I'm getting voice actors and stuff, and like I assume they got paid, so like, you know, that's a reasonable thing when somebody's like, yeah, we're gonna do a big project, you want to be in it, we'll give you some money. It's like, yeah, that seems fair. And then later he's like, oh no, the fuck was that? What the fuck was this thing? What is this? Is he the president too? I don't know a huge amount about Keemstar. Like, I vaguely, but where isn't he kind of like one of those like drama nerds? I don't know. The only one I knew is I Hate Everything because I like generally like his. It's weird. Sometimes I'll end up in that rabbit hole of like, I will never play this game, but I'm fascinated by people who are like really, really, really into a game, but like dislike it. Just like people who are Stockholmed into games. Like the ones I think of a lot are like, so like he was really big into Destiny 2, but he hates it. But like he still plays it a lot. Like he's in the shit. It activates the neurons that he doesn't want activated. But so that's fun. But it's also like very similar to like when I see people talk about like Dead by Daylight stuff, where they're like, this game is fucking broken, but I will play. Yeah, sunk cost is definitely that kind of stuff. We like the wait, I don't recognize what the WT for the WT crowd is. The World Trade Center crowd. Yeah, I probably have some big WT heads in my crowd. I don't know. Yeah, because like basically like it's every time I see a thing for Dead, because like conceptually I understand that like on paper Dead by Daylight should be a really cool game. It's like this game is an homage to like a bunch of big horror franchises. It's War Thunder. Oh yeah, no, I already make fun. I like make fun, tease, whatever. Joke about you War Thunder nerds, and like it's you all play a game that is actively wasting your time and is making you sad. Please stop. I beg of you. You won't. You can't. But like, you know, I will still push for it. But yeah. Every time they're always like, well, fundamentally, it's always kind of weird because like other times people will be like, yeah, this game was good, but they fucked it up. Dead by Daylight always seems to be like, this game was fundamentally built wrong. And that the longer it goes on, the way these like things are built wrong, like certain maps will just like fuck over certain killers. And then like if a killer's too strong, it ruins everything for everyone. But then that'll cause people to pick certain perks. And when those perks are picked, the game is no longer fun. Oh yeah, I ducked out the treadmill early for that. I will say, I like, been friends with people who play League. And I joke about like League toxicity stuff and like, it's not great, but I have certain Dead by Daylight people have the most just like raw vitriol I've ever seen before. So like, the thing I remember, so it's like, I've played a little bit of it because like I said, I've mentioned before, I've been invited to play with people. And it's, is he really? I mean, you gotta get money, I guess. Still, huh? Buck wild. But it's like, I don't think I've actually seen that much trash talking, but it's also like trash talking people who can't hear you. Like, just like I would play with these people, and like I also have like no sense of direction, so Dead by Daylight just a bad game for me in general. So I'm just like, I don't know where I'm going, looking for a generator, and just like the raw hatred for like certain killers. And when I mean the killers, I don't even mean like they're playing this character. This character is good or bad. I mean like a guy will do really, really good, and they'll call him like a toxic piece of shit, and he's awful. And it's like that movie did cheap, and that like he should go to hell. If they do bad though, like if they're like new or they're like playing like a bad character, they're like getting like clowned on, like they get so much the opposite. Like it's just like, oh, look at this piece of shit. Oh, he doesn't know how to teleport behind me as Jason. What a fucking idiot. And I'm like, oh my God. And like, this wasn't on like public chat. This was in a Discord with people that I was like, oh, you guys are my friends. What is this? Like, I've never seen that just like raw, just disdain. And the disdain was strange because like, I don't think there's anything the killer could have done. Like, I don't think there's a theoretical killer who would have gotten like, ooh, you know what? Good show, old sport. You did great. You did a good job of being the killer. Hell yeah, buddy. Congratulations. Like, I don't think that person could exist. Like, I just don't think it exists. It was just more like, oh, did you hook me? And then hooking stuff is also kind of weird too, because like there was at least when I played, this might have been fixed a lot, sort of like weird pattern with like just like hovering near where the hook was at. So it's like, okay, if you're a killer, theoretically, I know if you like triple hook someone, they die. So you're like, okay, it's like, sometimes you can be incentivized to play really passively. Sometimes you could be incentivized to play really passively and just like hook a guy and then like maybe wait till some of his friends come by to get him, or like wait for like the lifetimer to expire. I don't think that's necessarily like good, because then you can't like control the map. But then like that gets a lot of people yelled at, and it's like that's like one of those things that like as me as like at the time was an amateur player, I was like, I understand the logic of why he would do this. Like if the game is not punishing you necessarily for doing this behavior, I think it's like, maybe it's a dick move. Maybe it is like a equivalent of like spawn camping, but I was like, oh, it seemed like in the games where it happened, it was like the correct way to play. Like maybe that is like a gentleman's agreement thing, whatever. Yeah, that's also the weird thing too, where it's like good, like, I don't know. It also does seem that, yeah, like the killers get subjected to comical like goofs. Just like throwing pallets on them and just like doing like sick twists, which I understand, because like, a good player versus a good survivor versus like a bad killer, that's just how video games work. If you're good, you're going to be good. And by definition, being competent is not good for horror, really. Oh, okay. So that's okay. So apparently, so I guess it sounds like that they realize that that's like a issue, and they've thought again. Okay, that's good. At least when I was invited to play, that was not a thing. So okay, that is good to know, though. That's good to know. But yeah, no, I don't think I would willingly do that again. There's like I don't know, like I'm never gonna do that. I don't think I could like even want to play. It's really funny because like Hololife's got editions going on. I think it's just for like the Holo Live, not Holo Stars or anything. But it was just like talking about the like I can't wait to get in and play League of Legends with Gigi, and I'm like, oh man. Join a company and being forced to play League of Legends sounds like my version of hell. Like, you know, I'm sure it's people, they're like, oh, I want to meet, like, my little Gremlin idol. It's going to be great. And I guess, no, saying Gremlin is Gremlin's more of an Iron Mouse thing. But it was like, it's just funny, that thing of, like, somebody's hell, heaven is my hell. How you doing, Burn Malls? The thing is, like, the little green goblin in the back of my brain is like, oh, I would, you know, even if like Holo Stars is kind of like sort of a couple rungs below Hololive and stuff like that, like there is that like little bit of just like, it's still the big leagues, and part of me is like, joining the big leagues would be cool. That would be neat. But I also realized that like fundamentally who I am as a person and a VTuber could not exist under Hololive. It absolutely could not. Like, I don't think I could paint like this, like on the regular. But so like they have to get permissions to play what's it called? They have to get permissions for fucking like video games. Imagine having to get permissions for minis. Like, I would probably have to get permissions for minis to be like, hey, I'm painting a Games Workshop model on stream. And I'm sure if you're like Games Workshop, somebody wants to play, like a Hololive wants to paint minis on stream. They're gonna be like, what's a VTuber? They don't fucking know. So yeah, I don't think I could. I don't think I would blame anyone else for going though. I think there's a lot of people whose skill sets would flourish under Hololive. Like I know, like not like super duper well, but like I've interacted a couple times with somebody who eventually got into Hololive, and it's like, oh, I can see why they went for them. Like that person is like really, really genuinely talented, and their talents really, really fit for someplace like that. That makes total sense. I don't think I would be a good fit. I don't think I'd be a good fit. I don't even necessarily mind that, like, my job would be content creation. It's more like the idea that my job would be like, okay, you have to play Flavor of the Month game, and even I could do that, you know, I could suffer through Flavor of the Month game. For me, it's more like, oh, you can't do the things that you like. Yeah, and I do know there is that thing, it's like, you know, the Hololive retirement plan where you go for like a year and then you ollie out. Like, that's not uncommon, and I could do that, but like, and like maybe as part of like a strategic move in a theoretical universe where that works, it would make sense. But like, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I like, you know, if there is some place that would do like adoptions and they would let me be me and like still do what I want to do, that's at least like more tempting. As opposed to like losing who I am and also being unable to paint. Like, I don't think I would want to do that ever. How you doing, Instant Z's? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Content creator derogatory, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing I've been curious about Shiki too, where it's like I saw, for context, one of the FSP boys got, is apparently a big Warhammer guy. Imperial Fist enjoyer, gross. No, he's fine. Like I said, one of my guys in my local group is Imperial Fist guy. And I would actually argue out of the Space Marine Legions, like, they don't excite me, but like, I can totally get when somebody's like, yeah, I like Imperial Fist. I'm like, yeah, understandable. That they seem cool for like, you know, one of those things you can kind of understand something's neat, but like it just doesn't appeal to you directly. I feel about that way about the Imperial Fist. But it's like, as whenever I see him stream, it's like blueprints and power wash sim and stuff. I do like power wash sim. I can't give anyone shit for that. But it's like, I don't know. I think it's just going to be like a fun little, like, this is on my slide for him, and then that's it. Yeah. I mean, getting sacked probably, yeah. But like, you know, content, like contract renewal. How you doing, Dark Muffin? Welcome. I do feel like probably, just like popping in, doing your dues and leaving is probably not the worst. I think the big thing is like maybe that might hamper some of your like if you wanted to get like sponsorships and stuff because you might get like soft blacklisted. But there is that kind of thing where it's like you start doing something big, and there are people that just only will check on VTubers if they're in a corp, and like that's all that cares for them. And I kind of get it. There's a million VTubers. Having like some corpo backing does kind of make one seem more like quote unquote official, I guess. But then that's why people will do that stint, leave with a fan base, and they're like, oh, I can actually do the shit I want to do now. I'll insist on the same. Is the most autistic Primarch? No, that's still Peter Turbo, I think. I think that's still Peter Turbo. Like, Dorn is very, like, military man, autism coded. Like, but I don't know. I will say I'm continuing to read more of Horus Rising, and that is... So a long time ago, I started to read Horus Rising, and I stopped. And as I'm reading through Horus Rising now, I remember why. I remember why I just conked out of Horus Rising the first time. Oh my god, this book. It's not awful, but it is really dry. It is like there's some neat parts. I did like the I cannot remember the name. Basically, there was a guy who's like the remembrancer, who's like the poet, who's like super pompous and fat and loves wine. He was fun, and then like, you know, I kind of like the idea of like a story set during like the early parts of the Crusade, during like an occupation where they're like, am I doing the right thing? Like iterators, are we the baddies? And then they're like, no, we're not the baddies because we're the goodies. Shut up. Shut up. Well, they don't say shut up. They're like, no. We're the goodies because not being with us is the baddies. Might doesn't make right, but we're mighty because we're right. That's different. Shut up. We're doing this for their own good. But autism afflicted. Yeah. What purposeful autism versus like inflicted upon ye. Something like that kind of. Yeah, it's like the thing is, I'm still sitting through it because I have yet to drop a book. I will say even the ones that I did not like, I have yet to drop a book. But it is, and like maybe it'll get better or like, you know, I actually also might just be I might be realizing something. I might just not like Dan Abnett. And like I don't know how many of his books I've read, but he was also the guy behind No Fear, and a lot of people were like, I fucking love that book. This is the book, like people were like, this is the book that redeemed Ultramarines for me. This is the book where I was like, oh, hold on, we got an ad break. Oh, I'll wait till that's over to kind of like reiterate how I'm feeling. Start up pretty well though. Oh yeah, I can also get in their mouth too. I can get that little bit of dark color in their mouth. Oh no, it's all dried. Not too dried, actually. Hold on. The downside to my paint being sticky is my paint do be sticky. There we go. I'll put this over here. All right, we're back from Agile. Yippee! Let's go. But yeah, no, I think I might just not like Dan Abnett's style. I think I might not like that. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I was going to say, people were saying that like, yo, No Fear redeemed the Ultramarines for me, which is buck wild. I guess they were worse. Like I was on TG during the whole like reign of Matt Ward and like the Ultramarines and the Spiritual Legion and whatnot. Like I was definitely there for that. But like I never actually read any of this stuff. 40K for a while was this like really nebulous thing where I was like, it's cool. But like I also don't have the money for it. And I just never really got into any of the games or anything. So I never really got like a real, like I never bothered to like read the books during that time. But you know, that wasn't a thing I was actively trying to do. So that's whatever. So it's like, maybe Ultramarines were worse. Genuinely, maybe Ultramarines were worse in the stories. On there. But it's like, oh man, they were like, my thing was like all the characters in No Fear were just Ultramarine robots with different armor on. So yeah, and like a lot of people are like, yeah, Dan Abnett's like really one of the like the pillars of 40K writing. I think I just don't like his style. I think I just don't like how he does books. I'm not gonna say it's necessarily like a good, bad value judgment. How you doing, Picanor? Look at them. How you doing? How you doing? Oh yeah, they also did show off the new. There's like a new pale Pikachu, I guess, in like the new that like Pokemon Ditto game. They also have a Snorlax that's covered in fucking moss, and like once again, I'm not going back to Pokemon. Like I'm kind of just like the games don't particularly excite me. But every now and then they'll drop a design that I do enjoy. I do enjoy. Let me show you this fat fuck. I love him. I think I just love comical fat fucks. I think that's it. There we go. Look at him. I think I call him Mosslax. And I understand that is just like what happens if you glue grass to a Snorlax, but I still like it. Still a fun lad. I also like knowing that if I wanted to make a mini of this, I would just 3D print a Snorlax and then just paint it, like basically airbrush it green and then cover it with flock. It would be incredibly easy to do that. Oh my god, I'm really just realizing how easy it would be to do that. Yep. What if what if that fucker really got those 40 winks? There we go. The faces are drier. Yeah, pretty much just. Oh. Yeah, it really just needed to really flock its random. I'm also realizing that the big fuck is taken up too. You know what, Marie Kondo? You've had a good run. No, I'm sorry, I can't. I don't think I can get rid of Marie Kondo. I kind of just like having Marie Kondo as just like a thing on screen. There we go. We'll put her. Get rid of all this. I don't know why I just like having her on there. It's like the like just slow, just kind of like quietly threatening me with a gun. That's all I really need. There we go. Yeah, I once again the newest Pokemon game is probably the closest to like honest to God FOMO I've gotten in a while, because like I know that I would pick it up and I would just be like, yeah, no, this is it's still kind of what you would always do. Battles are probably gonna be easy. You know, story is kind of whatever. But there was like the dumbness of just like seeing people posing with their Pokemon. I'm like, oh fuck, a little bit of FOMO. Yeah, someday she will spark joy, but it won't be today. Today is not that day. Hell yeah, Marie Kondo. I should read some of her follow books too. Like I said, I own a copy of her, the original Joy of Tidying Up, and then also the manga version, which is very funny because like I said, my workshop is very much damn bitch you live like this, for realsy reals, and that's fine. That's fine. I like it as I find it more interesting as like a read than necessarily like a set of instructions I gotta do. Also, these spaces are really funny. Like, not like, I don't know if anyone would ever notice or could even notice. A long time ago, I painted my Chaos Warriors on stream, and their bases were built for rounds, and I stripped the paint because I wanted to make them square based, but I still had the leftover cork and stuff, and I just kept it around for some reason. But I was like, you know what? I'm going to recycle these. So this is actually the second time this cork is being used for a base. It also came with this like kind of like crust down here that's just like hardened glue and sand particulate. So like these aren't quite like my usual. These aren't quite my usual stuff. Oh yeah, exactly. It's like it's gotta feel lived. Oh, that's also not bottom. I can fix that. Like could there be clinging? Could there be like, could I do some tidying so I could find shit easier? Yes, absolutely. Can I say, oh no, I'm well aware of what people do on Pokemon ZA. I am well aware that there's like a whole like subset of people going like, I think I saw it was like a translated Japanese post where people are like effectively doing like ERP scenarios of like, during the day I'm a Pokemon champion and at night I'm cross-dressing in the city. It's like, you know what, shine on you, Crazy Diamond. Live your best life. But yeah, which I mean, I actually think that's a, like, you know, the fact that you can mix and match clothes with whoever you want, I think that's nice. I think it's nice giving players more options to do shit. How you doing, Lana? How you doing? I'm working on some bases for my Genestealer. Ola. No, I like the caps lock. I like the caps lock. The caps lock's fun. RuneScape GF. We'll trade GF for Mithril. I go, hi, Aaron Kidu. Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah. Oh, it's somebody mentioned. It was Fuber saying that it's like a little like, hey, how did you know? I was like, yeah, no. Listen, I'm on the internet. I'm aware of everything. I'm aware of a lot of things on the internet. I have much knowledge. It's not good or useful knowledge, but I have it. Real quick thing I want to do though is I'm going to go. Oh, I need to like move these heads. Scoop these lads. There we go. Yeah, Terminally Online, yeah. There. Yeah, that works. There we go. All right. So you're like, Hal, what are you doing with the strange white powder? It's baking soda. Because what I want to do, glue. I'm going to give the base a light dusting on this, and I'm going to glue this guy to the base so it'll be like nice and sturdy. There we go. But yeah, no, I've been Terminally Online for ages, so like, did I know that the internet has porn on it? Listen, please. I've heard the song, the Avenue of Q's. I'm aware. The baking like baffled. The shiny? Is there shiny? Is there shiny to this? Oh, I see. There we go. This is probably fine. There we go. All right, let me do that. This is nice and cardboardy. Nothing bad's going on in the cardboard zone. There we go. But yeah, no, I've been. It's also just because, like, you know, I am like, I have a lot of time where being active on Twitter. Like, I don't post a lot on Twitter, but I'm just kind of like on Twitter just because it's just kind of easy to scroll around on there sometimes. So it's like I find out many Twitter things, and that's like it weirdly kind of keeps me up to date on what things are going on with things. So it's like, oh, okay, I have some info on what's like a thing now. Well, also Fuber, and have yourself a good break. I still got plenty of time. Today's goal was getting these guys on bases, and then ideally getting the like the actual Malstrain Genestealers themselves in a good spot. Did I keep the on the big the fluorescent tongue? Oh yeah. It's still on there. Yeah, I'm very happy with the speed of this project for sure. There we go. It's like it's funny because like I actually got to use the little floaty bulbs, but I used them for Trench Crusade because there's a scenario where you cause evil ticks to burst from the ground, and we were like, hey, Hal, you have evil ticks, and I was like, I do have evil ticks. Thank you for noticing. There we go. Yeah, I will say for like posting minis, Blue Sky is a lot better. Like Twitter's nice for me because there's a lot of like people I know who are more active on there. I just kind of come to the realization, like resignation that like I don't think none of the things that are like you're shadow banned, you're like say that I'm directly shadow banned, but pretty much none of my posts, if no hashtags ever leave like my group of people who's following me, which is fine. But yeah, Blue Sky's way better for that, and then Instagram is still probably where people see the most of my minis. Instagram has like a pretty solid like view rate for minis, which is nice for me. Let's see, delete Twitter. Yeah, no, that's a fair thing to do. That's a fair thing to do. It's one of those things that like as an online lad, like doing. Being a funny internet person, it makes sense for me to be on Twitter. But like, if you don't have to, like, yeah, like why not? If there's nothing for you there, and it's just like making you sad, like hit the bricks. All right, real quick, I need to also take these guys and blow off the extra. There we go. Previously when I did these, I kind of would like try to like overlap the limbs. I think it was a bit too much. Like the actual main Genestealer guys kind of like, I had to like recover everything in dirt. I didn't need to do for these guys at all. There we go. Look at you. They're like, there you go. I can actually like stand them up. They are in that like state where it's like they're, what's it called? They're used. I could use them for the game. They're definitely not ready, but I could. Yeah, the guild sometimes makes me keep a Facebook. Like I can't not have a Facebook for the guild. I don't use it very often for them, but like it is alas I must. Yeah. I can understand. It does also seem to be a trend of people like ditching like a lot of like social media stuff and just kind of like, you know, returning to the halcyon days before all that bullshit. I can totally get that. You know what I can do real quick? Let me get some of the... I need to touch up the... Which one is it? Scarab Green. I think it's Scarab Ring. I need to touch up the little claw bits on these guys anyway, but also the claws on those. This would be perfect. Let me do a little bit of drop of the matte medium. Once again, just getting matte medium and putting it into a little shaker bottle has been chef's kiss. Perfect. Perfect. But yeah, no, it's weird because I keep it my Facebook for that reasons, but also like I don't use it even to like keep track of like maybe every now and then I'll be like, what's a relative of mine doing? And really a lot of them are just kind of the same. Like things don't change very much, so I don't need to pop in a huge amount. I usually do the obligatory I'm not dead, and then they're like, oh cool. And then I don't use it for a while. Would have been, yeah. That's like one of those things where it's like you gotta. It sucks. You gotta do it to live. But like I can understand the choice of people like not doing that. How you doing, Joof? Welcome. How you doing? Let me get this little bit. Let me get this little claw of his. I will definitely do that afterwards. There we go. How you doing, Battle Wreck? How you doing? Welcome. Sorry, I was looking. I almost hit the wrong button, which I might hit. So let me. Big stretch. This is still like the one thing I forget. I don't have a lot of like stuff like that. I forget I have this. I will go like multiple months forgetting I have an explosion option, and then I'll just be like, oh yeah, and then I detonate. Oh, hold on. I'm not mimic mode yet. There we go. It's great. Yeah, I haven't really posted on it in a hot minute either. Like you know those things when you don't post on Facebook so long and you're like, oh, I look visibly different in the photo I uploaded there. That's me. Visibly different, man. And I'm okay with that. It's got like a lot of back plates. A lot of back plates. The gun has some plates and stuff like that. There we go. Yeah, that's one of those things. It's like on one hand, I'm like, if somebody goes like too heavy on those kind of effects, I get annoyed. But I do like it as the occasional treat. Like when somebody just like every now and then does like a pipe drop, I'm like, haha. There we go. That's a fun thing to do. Yippee. Yeah. I'm lucky that I personally wasn't a prick, but like it was very... You guys are gonna be shocked to find out that I've always been somewhat of an awkward dude. So like I look at the older photos, I'm like, oh no. Oh no, why did I do that? Nothing usually bad, just kind of just like the way I would just live my life. Not like nothing I'm in like moral regret or anything. just spiritual regret, I guess. There we go. Also, this plate as well. There we go. Yeah, I know, right? Me a dork, big if true. Big if true. Guess I might as well get back here. There we go, there we go, there we go. But yeah, I still don't go on there very often. Like, I think I think the last, like, check-in to let everyone know that I'm still kicking was definitely years ago. It was definitely years ago. But yeah, no, but it's weird. It is weird just seeing people that, like, I used to know. Like, a lot of, like, people who were, like, in my high school class and, like, some, like, really extended relatives. I think for me, the big thing is just seeing, like, you know, like, when you're at, like, family gatherings, and thank you for the clip, hell yeah. Like, you know, when you're at family gatherings and you see, like, oh, this is a baby, and then you check out later, like, oh, you're, like, a sapient being. And, like, that's bad enough, but sometimes it's been long enough to be like, oh, you're not even just a sapient being, you're, like, an adult now. You were a goofy little child, and now you are a whole-ass adult with, like, real thoughts and opinions and feelings and whatnot. Aw. Wow. Passage of time, yo. It's my immortal soup. Just stewing in there. But, yeah, that's usually the stuff that gets me the most. I'm just like, oh shit. Like seeing people I haven't talked to in a while, like that's one thing, but just seeing that level of growing up is wild. So let me zoom in a little bit so you guys can see. But so you can see Marie Kondo with gun and also me painting minis, I guess. We know what you're really here for. Curious, I know like some people who do Tyranid guns will also give them like warmer tones in some areas. I don't know if I want to do any sort of warmer tones with this, or if I just wanted things to stay like entirely cool. I could go either way. Also, I found so this album that we're listening to now is one I do like a lot, but apparently it was like an unofficial upload. Apparently, enough people have asked the artists that they've actually are going to start uploading that to proper places. I'm like, yippee, let's go. Because I think it's like one of those, like, sometimes you'll run into that with like Vocaloid vsynth stuff, where it's like, yeah, this album was like released at a like a private event where they just gave out CDs, and you're like, well, that's it. That's the only distribution of any of this music. And like, you know, people will upload those and everything. But it's like I would rather that like my YouTube plays and whatnot go to the original person. So I'm very happy that I think they're gonna do that sometime this week. I think that's what the Twitter post said. I think like oh yeah, Yuyo Yoppe. There we go. That's a very fun name. I think it's like the first time I've actually tried to pronounce their name out loud. It was great. Yeah. Oh yeah. I have not quite had that where like the itty bitty cousins have had kids. The only real person near me age-wise who has had kids in my family is my adopted sister. And like that's fine. She's 2 years younger than I am, so like it's, you know, not, she's still, I guess, now of the older side of the older persuasion, but yeah. Let's take a sip. Oh, I gotta get like a bunch of carapace on this dude. Yeah. The one who was like, she kind of baby trapped him. Where it was like the guy is very like, I don't know, just like kind of like one of those like autistic nerd dudes who's just like into his own things and doesn't like really like, you know, they're just kind of staying in his own lane. and then Babby was formed. They seem to be going well together. Like they're having a good time. They're having a good time. And it was from him that I got some Battletech mechs I still need to do some stuff with. I still need to do some stuff with some of the Battletech mechs. Someday. Yeah. At the end of the day, they're having a good time. And it's not too bad. But it definitely was, as like my adopted sister was like, I don't know what I'm doing in life, into like, oh shit, good times are all here forever. Yeehaw. Which, you know, I'm like, what's that thing? It's like, Lord, I've seen what you've done for other people, and I want that for myself. kind of one of those things, really. Like they're always talking about going to like various Disneylands and like whatnot. I'm like, oh damn, okay, you guys are busy. Yeah, I did. I did that thing again where I stumbled into BattleTech stuff, and I'm like, I could really do something with BattleTech. I should, like I said, I got a bunch of battle mechs. Like, I still got this fucker who's just kicking around. Why you painted Christmas tree and why is it holding a gun? it's a happy little guy. They're just happy little guys, you know. There's nothing weird's going on here. Oh, there we go. I knew I was painting one side of this guy. I don't remember which one. Lord, I've seen what you've done for other people, and I want some of that for myself. Oh, melon head baby. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, so it's just like that too thing where it's like the melon head stack overflowed a little bit, and now it's now you got itty bitty baby head. Fun stuff. Yeah. So at this point, like, they had one so far, which is my niece, and my niece I have not seen in a bit, but she's doing pretty good. Things are going pretty good for that group, and I'm glad things are going good for him. Hell yeah. Let's have a second baby. Oh god. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Like I have seen. Well, actually, it's kind of interesting. So like I'm still kind of waiting for the moment my Pathfinder group breaks up. Like mostly like so far it's not happened, and I think we've actually hit the threshold where it could have happened, but it didn't. Like we've had a lot of people go in and out. Like we've had like several. We've had like a couple babies, and like a messy divorce, and a couple marriages, and a couple breakups. Like individually, any of these things could have ended the group, but it hasn't. So I'm actually like fairly optimistic now that they're probably going to keep chugging until we're all in like the same retirement home. So that is good. That is good. Because you know, I was worried about that for a while, that like, oh, everyone's going to have, because I think especially me, I am the like very like internet brain poison, doing things very weirdly in life compared to the rest of them. So I'm like, oh no, they're all gonna succumb to the normal, and then I will be left alone. So I will say that primarily we play Pathfinder, though right now everybody's been doing we've been doing some superhero games as a bit of a palate cleanser since we've been playing Pathfinder 2e since release. My current PC in a Pathfinder game is basically my group wanted to do, so my group has its own internal campaign setting. Way back early in college, a friend of mine was like, I'm writing these fantasy books, but and I'm still working on them. And I was like, buddy old pal. Because I was forever GM when I was in high school. So I was like, I need somebody else to GM so I don't go insane. I was like, have you considered running those as a tabletop RPG? And like, we're actually still playing in that same, we got the dream of the shared campaign setting. But we've basically been in our settings version of Fantasy Japan for like 3 campaigns spanning like 6 or 7 years. We were before we took a break on the third campaign in that region. All these are canonically like sequentially done with each other. And because I had like a lot more, like we're kind of doing like a Meiji restoration area, so it's like that's interacting with a lot more of the other like nations in there. I am devious. Hey, you gotta get the work done, you know? So I was I'm basically playing Rasputin. Like, imagine if Rasputin was in Glorious Nippon. That's me. So I was, class-wise, at some point my group just adopted the idea that we would primarily do that, like, the mythic dual classing. So I'm a bard psychic. Which, psychic is kind of a mediocre class, but the thing I can do that if the turns are really, really lucky, I can give a PC a +4 to hit. Which so for people who are coming from a D&D 5e background, the interesting thing about Pathfinder is if you succeed by 10 over the check, it's also a crit. 20s are basically always crits, minus like a couple of things. And they actually do have the house rules where you can crit succeed skill checks. That's baked in, but it's not as like, oh, you rolled a 1 on a skill check, you fall down and poop your pants. So yeah, I basically take the party's barbarian and I boost them to be like incredibly accurate and create like time duplicates. I have no what's it called? I have no real combat skills on my own, but I do make it so because I'm in a group, our group fucks super hard because of that. Oh yeah, that like Rasputin must die. Yeah. That was where you could. There was a Pathfinder adventure, everyone, where you actually went back to World War like one-ish Russia. And then you could fight Rasputin, who is like an evil wizard, because yeah, this one does. That is, unfortunately, since those are based off of Pathfinder 1e, that is by design. D&D 3.5 and then Pathfinder 1e, even Pathfinder 2e, has that idea of ivory tower design, where the idea is like, you put in bad things. You put in bad things so that people who are good at your system will be like, oh, I have system mastery in this. I realize that that's a bad thing. So like, cause like 3.5, the big version is like, the big example is toughness. In the game, you're like, okay, in 3.5, toughness gave you 3 HP. And the idea to basically almost trick people was like, okay, you could be like, oh, I'm a wizard. I got no health. But, oh, baby, if I take this toughness feat, I'm going to get 3 extra HP. Hell yeah. But then you like, the people who know how to play are like, oh, actually, toughness just 3 HP doesn't give you that much HP. Like, a sword that's going to kill you will still kill you. And you wasted a feat, you're a big dum-dum. All the real cool people who are in the know are going to get, like, improved initiative. So you act earlier in the turn count. So that ways, if things try to stab you, you're going before them and you can incapacitate them. How you doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? I'm working on some Tyranid guys. Turned out pretty well. Yeah, they tried to roll that back, and 5e I think is casual enough that like that ideology doesn't really exist anymore. But it was sort of like the big, because like that's like you know, it also meant that they could just make like not every option needs to be like super duper good, but they would just put shit in books that were like, this is dumb and no one would ever run this. And, but they're like, well, you know, it can fill page space. So like that looks, like they can basically create fake content, like feats and stuff that like nobody will play because they're bad and stupid. And like, there's better options even within the books that you're buying that have the bad options. But they could be like, wow, this book contains 30 new feats. Ooh. One of them will be like, oh, tie your shoes at double speed. And the other will be like, let's see. Like another one would be like, oh yeah, you can use like meta magic feats for free. Fuck you. Like, who gives a shit? A lot of the feats also too are just kind of inferior to the core ones. But yeah, Pathfinder 1e still carries that mindset forward. And a lot of the LCAT CRPGs specifically really lean into that because like that ways you can kind of like, you know, you get a lot more granular challenge going on. Like you can do a lot more with the system if you really kind of lean in more into that. Yeah, or yeah, that's true, Mugger. They would just also be like, this is technically put it as a player option, but we really mean for NPCs to have this. You probably shouldn't have this as a player, not because it's broken, but because of shit. But like, if like this enemy gets like +2 within Goblin Caves, this is a fake example, but it's like, oh yeah, you know, if you give that to like, you know, an NPC that lives in a Goblin Cave, that makes a lot of sense. Hey, let's go. I'm glad. So you now have a full new Antioch army. Fuck yeah, let's go. I'm not seeing the Earthworm Gym, but Earthworm Gym is cool, so hell yeah. I'm glad. I will be okay to elicit an Earthworm Gym-esque action, I guess. Yeah, and that's also that's the thing too. It's like even 3.5 had this, where like early on in the lifespan of the system, you get a lot of the like obligatory designs and like really feeling out how the design space works. Like some of my favorite 3.5 books came out later in the system's life, and they were less broken than like. You would assume the logic of power creep would be like, okay, here's a new book. It's going to have all the new broken shit in it. Not really. Like, they wanted you to buy the books, but there was not exactly like you need. I will say, thankfully, with the Ivory Tower design stuff, some of it was accidental. Sometimes they did make an idea that they thought was cool and it was just bad. And maybe they would do it like a better iteration. So like Eldritch Knight was a class that you could play from the original 3.5 that was like mixing the difference between a wizard and a fighter, but you just kind of ended up a shittier version of both. But like Pathfinder 1e eventually made the Magus, which kind of like really split the difference, but like you were always going to be like a offensive wizard kind of deal, but you could like channel spells through your sword, and like your accuracy didn't totally tank. Like they realized that. I think 3.5 had similar ideas, like spell thief and stuff. Or they were doing like really cool esoteric shit with like kineticists for Pathfinder, and then for like the Toma Weeaboo fight magic for like D&D 3.5. Oh, he fought in the Battle of Leith, I see. All right, I'm sorry, I have brain poison. I saw 1337 and my brain was like, Leet. It's happening. It's there. It's Leet. I cannot deny it, alas. Yeah, my group was very... I will say I do enjoy D&D 40 a lot, but I was kind of instrumental in getting my group onto the Pathfinder train because I was a big Dragon magazine fanboy. So I was like, oh, and I already had a bunch of the books. I was like, oh, this is backwards compatible wise. Like, that was backwards compatible in the way that, like, yes, you could. Oh, this guy's also got like a big gouge out of his arm, which I did not notice. Backwards compatible in that, like, you could convert shit. It's not going to be any good, but you could do that. If his phrase was Manny to the rescue, that's fantastic. Oh, that's great. Like readjusting legs. So yeah. So my group switched to Pathfinder 2e. I'm also gonna do some more glazing with that. I think these guys could use a little bit more of the dark ivory in some spots. Where it was like, as soon as the new one came out, everyone jumped over. Like it was, I think I don't recall why. I think it was just kind of like a weird thing where it's like, I don't mind playing RPGs that are dead, but I think a lot of people don't. Oh, Muckrin, I'm so fucking jealous. I'm so fucking jealous, you son of a bitch. I never got to play Savage Tide or like Age of, was it Age of Worms? It was the a Necromancer campaign with the worm guys. Fuck. How you doing, Space Wolves fan? Welcome back. I'm working on some Genestealery lads. Ones are like really close. I'm gonna do a couple little more like glazy bits. I'm jealous. Is that the one like those were just always ones because I would read them in Dragon Magazine. I'm like, oh, this is cool. For context, Dragon Magazine did like their own adventure path, sort of like you would be familiar with like the big 5e books, but it would do it, you know, as a magazine, so it would do it in pieces. So you could kind of just like subscribe along and then just kind of see everything sort of just like slowly come together. And Savage Tide was really cool where they were, if I remember right, they're basically the plan was that the river Styx was going to flood. So Demogorgon could cause everybody to go fucking like crazy, so that he would become like even more powerful. And then so you had to stop that by doing like a bunch of pirate stuff, and then you're directly going into hell to try to get the other demon lords to be like, hey, you don't want Demogorgon to be the guy in charge. And they're like, you're fucking right, we don't. But also, we're demons. We're going to be difficult. We're going to be difficult because we gotta. Or like, maybe we could really turn you into like our forever like servant kind of dealio. It seemed neat though. It definitely seemed neat. Making some instant noodles. Hell yeah, let's go. I haven't had good instant noodles in a while. I almost got that the bulldog or whatever, the spicy chicken thing. I did not. Probably for the best though. I do not need instant noodles in my life at this point. I do get the craving every now and then. Just trying to go in. Basically just trying to find these like areas I think I could like slightly brighten up a little bit. I add a little bit more of the acrylic medium. But yeah, no. But yeah, I never got that. I never got to actually run that, which is sad. That's fine. You know, I think even now, like, I would be hard pressed to get the urge to do Age of Worms or like the Savage Tide stuff. I just kind of like doing my own thing these days. So like, it's not the biggest deal that I never did, but it is. I am glad you got to though. That is neat. That's very, very neat. Also, how you doing, the Architect? How you doing? Welcome. I I don't recognize that one off the top. That, I mean, it vaguely sounds familiar. Is that like not the world's largest dungeon thing? Huh. Oh! Oh, okay, okay. I also like seeing the new Kickstarter for it, and it was from like 2012. I'll have to look at that later. How you doing, V Architect? How you doing? I'm trying to wrap up these Genestealers, and so far it's going pretty good. I'm trying to like glaze on a little bit more white in some spots that I think could use it. Like I think some of these, like, yeah. So it's like here, kind of splits in the leg. I think I can sort of fix that, or even like fix this knee a tiny bit. There we go. Yeah, we're just mostly talking about old 3.5 D&D stuff because that's very nostalgic. That was how I cut my teeth into fantasy TRPG stuff. I had a old copy of D&D for Dummies, no shit, for 3.5 edition that I bought used at a bookstore, and it perpetually reeked of cigarette smoke. It stunk of cigarette smoke and continued to stink, and the only other book that I've really had, like, I think I've gotten one more since then that has that same perpetual reek. I think it was, oh no, it's that, I got the Imperial Guardsman Codex. Imperial Guard Codex for, like, 3rd edition 40k. That also reeks of cigarette smoke, but, like, you know, I'm not surprised that the Guard one is the one that does. Like, out of every faction that would reek of cigarette smoke, I feel like Guard makes the most sense. Like, yeah, that tracks. Likes. Some of this I think is just always just going to be of the messier persuasion, like some of the like color fades on here. Especially like especially getting into the back. Maybe not even. Like really lean into like getting a little bit more highlighty bullshit. I can touch up. So basically what I'm doing, I'm trying to really thin this white out. So I don't want this to necessarily be like super white. I just want it to be sort of this like kind of like faded, kind of like weird pallid look. I think overall I'm pretty happy with the way it turned out. I'm feeling relatively good about this. Melting. I gotta do is the tongue is asked about earlier. Yes, the tongue is still big and out and glowy. I do need to do some like glistening effects on there. That I absolutely need to do. Make the teeth stand out a little bit. Oh, that's not too right. Go on there. The teeth on there. Yay! There we go. Did I get another? No, this is second. I forget how many Hanamakia songs I have on here. She's another one of those VTubers I used to watch a long time ago. I think she's still active though. Port over. Yeah, I think it's the first one, but yeah, that's one of those things I would have never like really noticed it unless you pointed it out. Yeah, the thing is like that is the fun side about like, so like I'm torn because to a certain degree having like active builds in games kind of creates like a weird metagame component to it, where it's like, oh, you're not building a character because you want to build a character. You'll be like, okay, I'm building a character because I wanted to do XYZ mechanical things. And even that's kind of okay too, but you would also get people that are like, all right, I built a character. I have the entire progression of this character planned out from level 1 to level 20. This campaign is probably not going to reach level 20, but it's still fully planned out. And that kind of creates like a really weird mindset. But on the other hand, it is just fun just to kind of pop those open and just like read through all the shit, because you're like, even the stuff that's like bad, you're like, I can see the idea in there. There is some like a neat concept in here where you're like, oh, if I do take this feat and this feat with this class, and then like do maybe my friend busts me with a spell, I can do some weird shit. Like I remember there's a way you could run a druid that has like a pet monkey, and then you could boost the monkey's intelligence so it's smart enough to get feats, so it can take like armor and weapon proficiency. So you can have a monkey with full armor, and it's like one of those things. It's like that's as a role playing game, you're like, that's kind of dumb, and it's not going to come up. And if you do create like guy whose monkey is like I've been like the idea of like I thought it would be fun to do like a druid who is just the horse, and just like the monkey on the back pretends to be the druid. And like that's a fun gimmick, and that's fun to read about, but it's like that wouldn't actually like be a fun character to be in a campaign. Like that would be a super one-trick pony that would burn out like almost immediately. But that is why like reading through those books is a lot of fun. And that is why like at the time it was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pick up as many as I can. And they're still kind of fun reads. To a certain degree, I do find that it's like those books now are kind of like if you're not actively playing the game, you do like, oh okay, yeah, I get it. It's a bunch of feats. Sure, they increased this a little bit. Cool. All right. Yep. Feats. Yep. Cool. And it's like it's not super exciting now, but like some of the monsters and some of the classes, there was some neat stuff. Anything that's like, there we go. That little bit, a little. Yeah, there we go. I like the one about new Face Connect girls. Oh, yeah. I knew her past life. Not like personally knew her. I was just aware of her. The tricky thing about South Africa is that like catching a lot of those streams was just really hard for me to do. Didn't talk to one NPC. Yeah, luckily I never did. I will say like the one thing about being like effectively spending a lot of my early formative TRPG time on TG is I got to see a lot of other people make fuck ups. I got to see a lot of people make fuck ups that I did not have to repeat. That was always really, really nice. Where like I never magical realmed anybody. I never like really did the like completely sideline a character for no reason. Never did a DMPC. The one main lesson that I kind of needed to learn on my own was like, you could have a cool like idea for a recurring NPC, but the players might just kill them. I legitimately tried to build up like a Robin Hood-esque bad guy who was going to be a recurring, like not a serious villain, but just kind of like a thorn in their side. And the party members didn't like that. That's where I learned the most valuable lesson, that like the thing that will get the PCs the most motivated is not player death. It's thievery. If somebody tries to steal their shit, they will hunt that motherfucker into the ends of the earth. So it's great motivation. I mean, don't do it all the time, because if you're constantly stealing shit from them, they'll never like feel anything like that. You can't overdo it, but it is a great intrinsic motivator to get them doing stuff. It really, really, really is. Yeah, like I could trick them with chicanery and whatnot. I'm sure there's like I said, there's like a bunch of little bits that I'm sure I could tweak forever, but it'll be fine. Unless I really just get. You fucked up, buddy. A little bit. And oh, there we go. I missed a little bit. This is sort of the big thing. It's like making sure I don't miss that little bit. Yeah, or have them work through proxy or something like that. There's ways to make it happen, but yeah, no. Try, because like it was literally just like, aha, I'm a bandit and you must pay the toll. And then they're like what do you want? Your coin or your life? Oh, I'm a bandit man. And then they unironically, like honest to God, drew and quartered him afterwards. They were like, fuck this guy. And I was like, okay. I mean, I let them do it. That is the thing too. At the end of the day, I'm like, no, they defeated him. They're in the woods. They can do what they want. And like, that's one of those things that like, I don't even think there's gonna be like a real consequence for that, because it's like, it's the middle of the woods. Who's gonna check in on that, you know? Coffee stairs. Hey, let's go. Oh yeah, especially if you're doing terrain at work, that's probably the best way to do it, is like repaint as much as you can at home, so then you can just take the rest to work. Fix a little bit. Oh, then drops off to the next session. Wait, Lana, I'm confused. Hold on. I don't. That's I don't think that's not Magical Realm though. Magical Realm is when you're like forcefully shoving your fetish into a game that's not that like everybody's not into that. Unless your fetish is an ogre that's falling forever, which I mean, like Godspeed if that's true. It's a very specific one if that's the case. Like if your fetish is an ogre screaming into the void. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So no, to be fair, it's not even like being an online only thing. It's straight up like it's from a Casey Green webcomic that kind of became TG slang, which like a lot of things on the internet kind of spread out all over. No, so you know I'll show. Let me get this. Let me get these like little bits of white on this guy, and I'll show everybody the origin of the Magical Realm comic. It's a very fun one too. I can actually narrate that as like a fun. I can even do that as a fun little break too. But yeah, not your fault. Not that you're not online enough. It's just like it's more like niche jargon that I'm kind of like forget that like, you know, sometimes it's fallen off a little bit from the public consciousness and sometimes it's just like oh no, this is niche jargon that I assume everybody knows. There we go. So yeah, let me... Oh, you definitely need some under there. Yeah, deep gaming lore. I don't know if I'd say this is gaming lore necessarily, but kind of. Let's see. It is also really weird. So like, I think Casey Green is still the same level of like famous online as he's been for a while, but that fucking like Everything's Fine comic of his, I keep finding variations of that in like places aimed at like boomers. It's really funny that what is ostensibly a kind of like underground comic artist has definitely entered the like, for some places in the same realm as like Dilbert. Like for like considering that he's got other comics that are just like, or was the guy behind the music video for the song Ass Eraser is also the same one doing a little like This Is Fine thing that like little people's grandmas are chuckling over. Very funny how that man's life has turned out. Hopefully he's getting paid for a lot of those though, because you know I feel like a lot of times he's probably not. Sadly. What's this one? Do I have like a glue vein or something? I mean, I'm gonna need to goop this up anyway, so it's not the worst. Let's go. Teeth on this guy, maybe a little bit. Is it isekai? No. Here, let me. I want to get a little bit of highlight on this guy's teeth. Also trying to get that like just perfect ratio where I like right in the teeth. If I can change the color balance. Okay, that's pretty good. All right, I'm gonna let that dry a little bit, which will be good because I'll have to work on some stuff. So let me. All right, everybody, are you about to see the origin of Magical Realm? Let's see if I can find this. I love how the default comic's called Piss World. It's not inaccurate. So hold on. I'm gonna mute all the audio for all you nerds and then pause it on my end. So here we go. It's Habernock presents Magical Realm Theater, starring the comic book artist Casey Green. Chaos Turret. Oh, let's go. I will say there's a Genestealer cult that fell into the Garden of Nurgle and got their shit fucked up. So good inspiration. There we go. Let me make this a bit bigger. So you guys can read along at home. You have come across an enchanted piss forest, golden pissy trees as far as the eye can pee. I am the wizard. I, the wizard, have made the piss forest you see before you. Dare you enter my magical realm? Stop injecting your horrible fetishes into our game. I am going to punch you. All right. You come across a bridge troll instead. To cross the bridge, you must pee into his mouth until the bridge troll has graciously let you pass unpissed. It's so the context for this is the magical realm became like a fun shorthand for somebody inserting their fetishes into a game when the players don't want it. So you've probably seen this is the crowning scene of it. This is the genesis of it, like becoming popular, like becoming like not just a thing, but also just like shorthand. Bring the music back. It's the smaller Casey Gring is Casey Gring's legitimately one of the goats. Because it's succinct. Because like, you know, it's like a nice quick way you could describe like what's going on with those. Because like, and it doesn't just come in piss flavoring. Sorry, I had to say it like that as a joke. But like, Jay, you coward, get your ass back here. Now have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. So like you would like, this is something that's arguably more of the realm of online TRPG games. Not everyone is like this. But like you know, every now and then you could be playing with people who just never really fit into like other groups. And sometimes that they would kind of bring this, like there's a reason they get kicked out. So you'd get like, oh, it is me, the Stink Lord. I'm going to tell you about, oh, my beautiful elven maiden character. Boy, she's barefoot and she's like really easy to kidnap. And oh, it'd be a shame, DM, if you had the bad guys kidnap her. You know, so she's so in touch with the earth that she loses her powers, so she's no longer in contact with the ground. So DM, it would be like a real shame if a bad guy just like picked her up and then like sniffed her feet or something like that. Like occasionally you would get people like this. You probably still do. This is why like trying to go to like going to Roll20 and just trying to pick up a random game is, you know, an endeavor. It's going to be an endeavor. Yeah. I wonder why there's a huge turnout. I wonder why I keep getting kicked from all these groups. Yeah, pickup games are kind of like, you know, sometimes you are just like, because like, it's the tricky thing, because like, conceptually pickup games make a lot of sense, because like, there are legitimate reasons you get put in that position. Let's say you have to move from work. You move to a new city. You don't know everyone there. You have a weird schedule. You still want to play TRPGs, but let's just say it's not super feasible because of that. What do? You're like, oh, okay. I can look for online games. Or like, let's say you're like, have like a chronic illness, or you're just like, you know, oh, camera froze. Hold on. Or you're like extremely shy, or sorry, probably not shy. He's maybe anxious. Anxious is the word I was looking for more. More of his palm real quick before I flip that over. But then you also have people that got like kicked from groups for like being aggressive or like being racist or just like being gross. And those people will sometimes go online looking for games. It's tricky. No, the thing is like I moved, but like I will say I am very lucky. I have several LGSs close to me. Like within an hour easily. And I also, I'm still playing with the group I played with in college. I'm very blessed. I will fully admit that I am very blessed in the realm of like doing TRPG stuff. A lot of people don't got that fucking option. So yeah, it's not like a thing targeting me in particular. It's just a like, I am aware that there are legitimate reasons to play online games and stuff like that. And like that there is also, especially now too, it's got to be really tricky. So like GMs are just like a very rare resource, because the downside to having everything being available in an adventure path that's pre-made is that it really doesn't, like, adventure paths are cool and they're neat, but the way Wizard of the Coast does them is a lot of just like, you just dick around the woods for a while and then sometimes the plot happens. And that doesn't really train a crop of GMs who are like, good, like, not even necessarily good, just capable of running TRPGs. you do end up with the scenario where it's just like, oh yeah, no, they can't do it. So then sometimes like straight up, it's like there's just not enough DMs. Like people like there are valid reasons why some people pay for DMs because of shit like that. Or let's say an opposite scenario. This is a really rare scenario, but it is possible. Let's say that your group breaks up. Like, let's say there's like a big old fight. Let's say there's some like relationship drama. You did nothing wrong. Like, let's say one of the players and the GM that were dating, and one of them cheated on the other. Doesn't really matter who in the scenario. Just one of those like big messy like friend group implosions. Or let's say they're not even necessarily your friends. Like, they're just people you play with. Like, you met them at the shop. You play with them at the shop. And then, like, just one day that happened. Boom, you're out of a game. Like, at that point, like, looking to online stuff does become a lot more, like, necessary. Once again, I'm really lucky. I'm really, really lucky that I've not gone through any of that kind of, like, I've had people in my life, like, go through, like, breakups and shit. But, like, the closest I've gotten to that is that, like, the group I play EDH with, the husband and wife in there broke up, and then the wife just wasn't there one day. That was it. Like, you know, they were just, they had like I guess relatively clean divorce, where it's like, you know, we're just not like it just didn't work out. We don't hate each other, but I'm gonna go like back home and live with my family, and we're just gonna like not be together. Like, about as good as you could hope for something like that. That's the worst I've had to deal with. I continue to be really, really blessed. But yeah, which has got to be tricky though, as a rando online looking for a game for reasons that might not even be your fault. That you got to deal with that shit. That shit's just now a thing you got to deal with. Yeah. Oh, see, that's really cool too. Having like, I'm hoping that that's gonna happen for my group. That like we're gonna like we're older men now, but like I want to get to the real old men hours where we get like that level. I'm hoping for it. It's still going pretty good. I'll let these fuckers dry. Oh, actually, oh yeah, I could do the gloss medium right now. Let me do the gloss medium on them. Lads. Yeah, that is like the plus, like positive and negative of like the fact that all my favorite games are social games. Like, the tricky thing is like could I sit and just play like paint minis all day? Yeah, that's not even the worst. That sounds like a fun time relatively. I think I'm gonna use like one drop of the speed paint, the gloss medium, just to add like a little extra, little extra. There we go. But it's like at the same time, all my hobbies do require other people. But then also, as once you bring other people into them, you get other people problems that like are just things now you got to deal with, which is unfortunate. Yeah, like because like I was a longtime War Machine player. I moved, and then there was no more War Machine. I don't play War Machine now. Mind you, Privateer Press like sort of self-imploded shortly afterwards, so it's not like I was at like a huge loss because of that. But like, you know, if you're at a place and nobody wants to play a game, you just don't play that game, or you gotta go real hard. Like that's why I try to help with like running turnip events and stuff, because I really want to play the games that I like to play. This is good. Add in the gloss medium. Actually, the nice thing is I can kind of feather it out slightly into there as well. So this should like kind of cover like the little bits I might have missed, but also get a little bit of gooping. Let's go. But yeah, no, like once again, I'm extremely thankful that like I moved to a state where minis and stuff was viable. Because like I said, in high school, I basically like growing up, it was really just me in my local area. Yeah, we do like live in an age where like Facebook groups and stuff are really good for that. Where it's just like it's Facebook, like, you know, just like your LGS probably has a Discord, and those are pretty solid as well. I don't know if that's like the best way to handle that, but that's fine. It is really cool. It is really, really nice. We do live in an era where it's like the death of the forum is unfortunate, but the convenience of Discord is handy for a couple of things. I do still miss forums though. I do miss forums. I know they still exist. Like there's the it's called like I think it's like the Let Adventure forums. It's like the big one for like wargaming. That's, I think some people post like G-dubs minis there, but it's not like a huge amount. But otherwise, it's just people still talking about their like historical projects and stuff. Like time did not change for that forum, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it conceptually, but I've not actually like gotten in myself. I have not gotten myself, mostly just because I just don't play the kind of games that get mentioned there a lot. Really thick, but I think I kind of want that thickness for these. Recesses. Yeah, sure. I should check their forums a bit more out myself. I've popped in and browsed a couple of times. Like because like they got some good, especially for like real like old Hammer stuff. Apparently the 28 magazine actually, speaking about like, there's been just like a weird confluence of like Lord of the Rings things lately. Like there's that one animated video about like about Tolkien, about making the hobbits just walk a bunch for Lord of the Rings. But in there was like a whole article about initially. So like Games Workshop did have the Lord of the Rings license for the books like way back in the day. And this guy's been like collecting a lot of those like older sculpts and stuff. I'm like, oh, that's neat. Actually, I wonder if the chest, if I just want to go full goop on the chest, make it just like the central area a lot more goop, but like not as controlled gooping. And bring it up to the neck. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I think this is like the best compromise I can do to reach some of these areas that are just like impossible to reach. How you doing, Trugga? How you doing? How you doing? Seeing his villainous powers. I think it's like just one of those things. Is like those are just like the most famous ones. I'm sure there's like good magnetizing people out there in the various superhero universes, but like it's hard to be a magnet guy when you're like, okay, who's the number one magnet guy? Magneto. Like, yeah, everyone knows Magneto. He's one of those villains that even becomes like a good guy depending on the book. So it's like it's really hard to compete with that. It's hard to beat Magneto. Miss any goop? Bit of goop. Got enough onto the back spine bits. I think the belly has been gooped. Someone to the. Yep. All right. Let's go to the next one. Yippee! Let's go. Oh, we fucking ad break. It's fine. I was putting that off. I was putting off the ad break. It was only a matter of time. It was only a matter of time. Looking good. Some of the numbers. I think the big test will be like seeing what this guy looks like once all the goo sections are dried. That's going to be like the real big test on this. All right, we're back from Agile. Yippee! Let's go. Yeah, I because between that and the Lord of the Rings movies and stuff, I keep finding myself drifting back into looking into the Middle-earth strategy battle game. It just keeps happening, and like I don't want to really do anything like new war game wise until I got a bunch of other stuff done. But every now and then I will just find myself. It's super easy to convince me to do a war game, though. It really is. And I don't even mean other people. How you doing, Calmia? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernaut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle's game variety. What's the I saw you were doing that like redhead kit, I think. How's that coming on? I'm currently working on some Malstrain Genestealers. I'm currently in the phase where I am actively gooping them up with a mix of speed paint and acrylic gloss medium just to really make them look all goopy. And I also am working on these guys, which are going to be Turnip28, like Genestealer malformed hybrid guys. Oh yeah, you do got to do a lot more pinning and stuff like that on that. Oh, I gotcha. Well, that's cool. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, if I think I follow the artist behind Flock Arcana. I don't know like what degree of a war game that is. Like I know it's like, you know, a lot of artists will have little projects that turn to war games. Like I don't know like how in depth the rules are. That if they're getting the game off the ground, that is pretty legit. I do like seeing people make new indie war games. But yeah, this is I'm doing a project where I'm actually using Genestealers for a not 40k war game called Turnip28, which is about body horror root vegetables by way of Monty Python, which is not the most succinct way I can describe that. Or do rules creep as people yeah, that does kind of happen a lot of like there's a really neat war game that I've not super looked into that I don't think is gonna have minis or anything. It's this guy basically illustrates them all as like World War I field manuals with the idea that like this was a fantasy setting, but elves eventually got like contacted by like a super extraterrestrial like robot brain, which really accelerated their tech, but caused them to kind of become like really dependent on it and like really crazy expansionist. So that like everything in the setting just like rapidly evolved way too fast. And then eventually those brains, like, I think they either went senile or they just fucked off active space, basically in a way that like left the elf bullshit in tatters. Like the elves just couldn't really do much anymore. And I see really cool like drawings of like these like dog soldiers with like, effectively almost kind of looks like American Civil War style gear, but for like a bit more sci-fi, but also kind of more fantasy. It's really neat. But I feel like every time I look into the war game, it's like, oh yeah, no, this is very much of the we like the really in-depth kind of like box set kind of historical war game thing. I'm like, oh, this is way out of my depth. It seems cool though, but it's like I don't have much experience with those, and I'll admire it from a distance till then. As far as I'm aware, you can play it. I also think that the rules might be on Discord. Listen, I understand that Discord's a great file server for like, especially if you're like an indie game maker, but like, man, I'm so tired of having to join Discords for rules. It's the worst. I dislike it. Like I really wanted to play Necropolis 28, and then like I had to go to their Discord to get rules, and luckily a friend of mine was like, here you go, Hal, you don't gotta do that. Like, goop that central bit. Okay, this guy's gonna be like way more visible on here. Got like the goopy innard. Yeah, a lot of them will just have Twitter updates and be like, well, also if you check on the Discord, there's going to be more rules there. Which once again, conceptually I understand, you know. Discords are easier. You could just post rules in there and it'll be fine. This guy dry. Okay, so we can kind of see it now. So we can kind of see how it's like shiny in the depths. And the stomach is kind of shiny, but like in a tinted, it's also tinted the stomach too, which is good. Okay, this is working how I wanted it to. I was a little worried about going so heavy with the goop in the chest. Luckily, everything worked out. Yippee! Nice. I'm gonna continue to be a little like thick with this because it does seem like it like settles well enough that I don't have to super duper worry. Yeah, I'm making it happen. These guys, I 100% believe will actually get done today. I'm so excited for. So I'm in another thing. Let's go. Every now and then I get into like, I really need to upgrade my photography setup. And I saw a really cool setup for some of the Goonhammer people, which I'm currently in the process of going to try. Like once I get the goop on this guy, I'll show you the spread of that. Oh, okay. Where it's basically kind of using like foam board and like bigger lights. I have like really shitty LED lights, but as somebody who's gone through multiple iterations of like this stream, I have a bunch of these like big box lights that I've done really nothing with in a hot minute, but I still have them. And they would actually be really, really good for doing some photography stuff. But they're just like in a closet at the moment. So I can pop those bad boys out. Really make them work. Whale. So yeah, I got that going on right now and stuff like that. So let me show you. My brain. Let me get. Oh, there's like it's two. Get these last little bits. I also might do something more. I also do need to. Is this tint going to be bad enough to like really fuck up the innards of the? Oh, okay, a little bit. I think this will still be fine though. I still think gloss in the mouth with this coloration will still be like okay. It doesn't dim the yellow a whole lot, which I'm legitimately kind of surprised this isn't affecting the tint of the yellow a huge amount. There we go. But yeah, I've been experimenting with some stuff, which it's fun because as part of the experiment, I was like, I needed to go to like Staples to pick up some foam board also. So I've never really, I know that there's a whole hobby out there for like fancy pens and pencils and whatnot, and like writing in fancy journals. And I've never really experienced that myself a huge amount. So like a little bit I can hit up. Yeah, like the stationary people getting like a Moleskine branded journal. I know those aren't even like particularly that buck wild, but I'm like, oh, but I was in like the Office Max, and I was just like looking for the stuff I needed for like to up my photography setup, and I was just like, oh no, this is dangerous. Like I can see how people get lost in the shit for this. I can see how that's a whole hobby. I didn't quite see the level of like, yeah, I bought a quill. Is there, I mean, even not necessarily quill. There are like, you know, in the same way that I would give a shit about paintbrushes, there are different like pens and like ink mechanisms and like brands of ink. There's like a whole world out there for that kind of stuff that I'm not super knowledgeable, but I glimpsed it and I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, like that kind of stuff, having like the nice metal pens and stuff like that. It was certainly neat. I will say that. Like this is not like a me throwing shade thing. It was more like a like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here. This is dangerous. This is dangerous. I fall into hobbies way too easy. I gotta get the fuck out. Those on this boy are fucked up. Bit of gloss on there. A little bit on there. And I think this is good. I think the next step is to maybe dry brush some of the fingers again. I'll let you dry now. Yeah, art stores are really dangerous like that. Yeah. Let me show you the setup that I have not replicated. Photography. There we go. Let's see if I can find a... The problem is that they have... Okay, I think this is like the semi-advanced one. And I actually had a lot of stuff for it, so which is why it's not like the biggest deal for me to get the setup. I was saying, Almantis, I was at a Office Max, and I walked by the fancy journal and pen section, and I was like, oh boy, I gotta get out of here. This is very dangerous. This is very dangerous. Because so what I am doing is I'm trying to upgrade my photography setup. So like I saw this and I was like, wait a minute, I got the diffused lights. I don't have the big sheet of black acrylic, but I don't need that. But what I did is I got some black foam core. I got some clamps. I'm going to try to see if I can get a setup like this. Oh, I'm actually just now noticing that they're actually like wedging the sheet of acrylic cut into the light blockers. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, there's like different. So I will say, like, you don't have to go like this in depth. So I'm gonna cover Snorlax. It'll be fine. This is like I think the Goonhammer people have like a really good selection of like different setups that they use and the different results you can get. So like I think that there might be stuff in there that might be useful for you for that. Yeah, I read Goonhammer a lot, but like it's easy to miss some articles. And it's crazy because it's like it does look like a lot, and I'm probably eventually gonna like, you know, I really like my moody lighting, probably to my detriment. But like they show like this setup eventually led to like this picture, and I'm like, damn. Look how nice and even that lighting looks. Ooh, baby. Like, I could fuck around in, like, Lightroom and whatnot if I needed to. Like, really tweak that. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to replicate that. Maybe if I have free time this weekend, if I can get my stupid 3D printer back. I spent like after the stream yesterday, after the video, after the movie, I just went to try to fix my 3D printer again, and it's still. I think I just need to clean the bed again, and then like really. I basically leveled my printer once, and it's got like a really sturdy clamps for that. As part of this like big redo, I was like, I'm gonna re-level it. I think I fucked it up. I think I fucked up the re-leveling, which is why I need to fix it now. There we go. We got the bodies. Man, he's got like, oh, I could do the similar little bits of like the wash to go in these places real quick. Where's that? You putting this wash over here? Yeah, it's kind of fun because I know Goonhammer is meant for like 40K hardcore tournament analysis. To me, at least right now, that they are the best, like this is still a website that does website things for wargaming. Because you would have, like, Bell of Lost Souls, I think, exists, and it was kind of whatever. And then you got, I could be mixing these two. It's either Bell of Lost Souls or Spiky Bits. I think it's Spiky Bits, which is, like, the real shitheads, where they're, like, I forget exactly what they do, but they're like, I think they're doing, like, they do like, dumb misleading articles. And like all their website is just coded in thick ads. Yeah. Same. Like, it's funny. Like I mentioned, I don't play 10th edition 40K. It doesn't really interest me as a guy who really likes the hobbying aspect of the hobby. But I do keep up with like, oh damn, Death Guard's been doing pretty good lately. It's like, it doesn't fucking matter. I'm not playing Death Guard in a tournament, but I do find myself. I think I tune in the same way that like I understand people like root for sports team stuff, where it's like, yeah, most people aren't playing ball, but they want to see if the home team is doing good, you know? But yeah, it's like seeing them talk about like pillage and some other stuff. It's neat when they talk about that. I do find it funny that they recently, so I guess they've had the Marcy as part of their team for a while. Oh, maybe. I think she was just doing articles off and on, but like I don't know what she did to convince them to let her do a regular column about Uma Musume. Like she also like I haven't checked her articles out in a while, but like it's just very funny that they're just like, yeah, fuck it, Uma Musume time on a wargaming website. Mind you, the overlap is probably like pretty substantial, but still. We're into a dating profile with the word. Hey, let's go. Do you find everything is everything good with that or bad with that? Okay. How about this? What did they post? It's a space marine. Oh no. Is it a, oh, dare I say it? Oh no, an ultramarine? Oh no. There we go. I gotta find my true niche. I gotta make really catty like Cosmo articles about like, like I saw that apparently there was like a thing at some point where it was like books that are considered like red flags for men to read, and it's like I just gotta do I gotta do that. Like, ooh, if you see someone with this army, you gotta run. You gotta get out of there. If you think Erebus is best boy, you can fuck and or suck the best. Whatever your preference on fucking and or sucking. Not biased. Yeah, there we go. People who paint Imperial Fist favorite sexual positions. Top 10. Number 1, missionary for the purpose of procreation. Number 2 through 10. See previous. There we go. I'm gonna get all the big clicks. I don't think people even like that shit anymore, which is good. There we go. Yeah. That. Oh, if somebody was making the fucking Wonder Bread jokes on the dating profile, I would like. I feel like I'd be like I was like, hey, I don't want to be rude, but you know, right? Like you know what this is, right? You're not just a fan of cheap bread, right? You know, I need to be sure. I'm pretty sure that you know but I feel like it's my civic duty to ask if you know. Do you know about Wonder Bread Guy? Person on dating website? I don't know. I have not browsed a dating website since, honestly, since I started becoming a VTuber. I don't even know what I would do for, like, explaining any of this. How do I explain this? Let's say I was like, you know what? I'm going to re-enter the dating scene. But I don't want to give up VTubing. How is that going to work? How does that work, you know? I have no idea, genuinely. So, I'm an anime lad on the internet, and I paint Warhammer. I feel like that's the magical combination of words that's like a forbidden curse. And it makes me a lot of friends. See, I generally avoid mentioning that. It's the thing is, it's like I don't explain what VTubing is to a lot of people. I mentioned that my wargaming group found out that I'm a VTuber because they saw my streams get recommended on YouTube. And, like, you know, they're like, hey, wait a minute. I saw you play that mini. Wait a minute. And they're cool about it and everything. It's fine. Some of them tune in. I just find that, like, you would be like, you would assume that's like, oh, it's a bigger world out there, but not really. For mini stuff, the world is surprisingly small. Like, the fact that every now and then I, like, run into or, like, talk to people that are, like, not huge, mind you. I don't really, in terms of, like, 40K clout, I got nothing. But it is still buck wild sometimes. I just have to date unironically, yeah. Like, that sounds weird, but, like, I do think weirdly of, like, a Fujo would be a good fit. Because I would understand their particular, just like picadillos and they'd know mine. So it'd be like, you know, like mutual understanding. I'm like, listen, all right. Like, we're dating. This is fun. We like each other. I'm not going to stop you from reading comics where men kiss. That's fine. You're allowed to do that. But I'm still going to continue to be a weird internet lad. Just letting you know. And I feel like if I could reach like an accord that way, I think that would be that would probably be the best case scenario, really. I think overall. I get I even see the tubes in the back, kinda. The Halotism, like Halo, like Halo autism, like they have like a Master Chief profile. Is that the read? Am I reading? Am I interpreting that correctly? Oh, that worked. Oh shit, that worked. Nice. God damn it. Hold on. It keeps going over my head. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be upset with that. I'd be like, whatever. That's like one of those things that I'm not super bothered by people doing. Like, you know, like, I feel like I'm pretty okay with most art as long as it's not shit. Like, you know, and I don't mean quality. I mean, like, I don't want any, like, anything like that. Other than that, it's usually not that bad. Or like those one VTubers that every now and then they're like, I drew you a piece of art as them as like a, like sumo, I guess, like for erotic reasons. That happens sometimes. I believe too. Might be a Monster Hunter secret. I'm not surprised. Oh, posted pics of it. Well, so like, I don't know if you swiped right or yes or Hinge. I'm aware that Hinge is a site. I don't know how Hinge works. Like, if you did whatever with that, and you found the guy that's like the Warhams, I feel like if you're like, hey, I know you like Warhams, I also like Halo. I feel like that's not mutually exclusive. I feel like the overlap is there, especially because like there is the Halo. Like Zetai, have you looked into Flashpoint at all? I have not a huge amount, but I'm vaguely aware that apparently it's a really good game. Like, as far as games go, I've heard nothing but positive things about Flashpoint. For context, basically, Flashpoint is a Halo war game, but it's not like you're playing, like, you know, like a big, like, battle, like a campaign thing. It's basically a war game version of Halo multiplayer, but you will have, like, multiple, you basically are controlling, like, blue team. which is kind of neat. Yeah, I think there's like I think the starter box is like $100, and apparently it's like it's pretty decent. Kind of a little nubbin here. I don't know exactly what that nubbin is, but if I just color that in for now, that'll be fine. Yippee! Oh, that's. I mean, it sounds like it. It sounds like you're looking for someone to play with. So there we go. There we go. You gotta go on Tinder. Be like, looking for people to play Halo Flashpoint with me. Also romance. And just post pictures of your minis. Just get the minis, paint them. Just be like, all this could be yours. All this could be yours. If you play your cards right. I don't know, I'm doing that voice or whatever. Dinner that goes away. The thing is, I can cook. I think I can definitely cook. I weirdly have a lot of like really useful like skills for like, you know, like handiwork and stuff like that I picked up because of mini bullshit. So like weirdly, like I didn't pick up cooking because of minis. I just cook myself. I just cook. Like I do a full Thanksgiving meal. So like I live pretty far away from a lot of my adopted relatives, so it's not super like financially feasible for me to like travel for Thanksgiving. So I was like, so I usually just like make my own full course Thanksgiving meal so I can stay sharp. And I do get better every year. I'm like, my turkey fucks. I got asked for my green bean casserole recipe the other year, and I'm like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Little did they know I got that recipe off the internet. I'm not quite like I don't have like my own recipe book or anything. I am just trying new shit. But it's fine. Yeah, we're gonna play Halo with our pants on, like Jesus intended. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of intuition trading. Yeah. Immediately, because that fucking intuition's not yours. I think it's been a while. It's been like I rolled today on the gotcha for Uma Musume, but I haven't actually like properly played it in a hot minute. Let me see. There we go. No, not intuition. That's wits. God damn it. There we go. There we go. My brain is so fucked. All right. So, oh yeah, I remember what I was doing now. Like I realized that I missed part of the hoof. Fix that. Look at you, buddy. Look at you. Hold on. Fuck. I keep doing this. Let me hold on. I know I need to. I keep painting the mini behind my model. I need to. There we go. I have scooted myself over slightly. I've scooted myself over. And I'm also going to reapply the red dot. The red dot is faded. Let's see. Red dot here. There we go. Yeah. Well, the nice thing is even like, I don't know, I haven't quite made like bad homemade food, so it still tastes pretty good at the end of the day. Yeah, the camera centering dot is real. Yeah, because I'm just realized, like, sometimes I will just, like, migrate over there, and it's, like, it's, you know, you guys are here for the yap, but also, like, you would like to see the guy who paints minis. You would like to see the minis. I assume so, anyway. This guy's also got, like, a... Don't worry, this guy's got, like, a leg wrap. I gotta figure out how I want to do that. What am I gonna do? Maybe a light gray, not like a full... Maybe not, like, a full, like, white for the bandage. Yeah, painting do be nice. Painting do be nice. I think painting on the painting channel is probably good. Probably. Oh. I paint a not sharp model. Never. All the minis I must paint are going to be pokey. It is the way. Fortunately, I angled it now, so like when I look down, it gets a little jumpier. It's fine. I do paint my Space Marines are no, my Space Marines are also pretty pokey. I do chaos. I was like, I do chaos. All my Marines are pokey. I guess the Wordbearer's lad that I painted the other day wasn't too bad. He's got mostly curves. He's fine. Like, roughly. roughly here, and then roughly. This is probably the most annoying part. Because like I kind of rushed it when I glued them to the base because like sometimes I'm willing to like make the model more of a pain in the ass if it means I get a bit more stability. Oh, which is fine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Every time I stab myself with the mini, that's just absorbing my pain, and thus imbuing it with life. That's a fun form of cope, right? That's good cope. Hey, thinking of Flashpoint. Hey, there we go. I mean, you could also just see if it's if you, I forget, Zeta, do you have like an LGS nearby? You could just like hop in that Discord and be like, yo, anyone play Flashpoint here or would like to? I would like to. It does seem neat. Every now I know that like the group I play Magic with might actually be receptive to Flashpoint because I think some of them are Halo nerds. I've not quite sprung it on them yet. Oh yeah, that's true. That'd be a problem sometimes. Yeah, at this distance. Once again, I'm very, very lucky that my LGSs are like one of them is like honest to God straight up like 7 minutes away, which is buck wild. This is the newer one, the newer indie one I go to. But even the other one is like 30-40 minutes, which isn't too bad. Like I can handle a 30-40 minute drive. So clearly what you got to do is you got to move to the nerdy side of the city. Now that's probably also means that everything is ungodly expensive in the nerdy side of the city. Probably. I live in an area where like I pretty much just pick a direction and there's nerd bullshit. Like if I just continue to follow the path. There we go. Look at you, buddy. I still need to eventually deal with like this asshole up top. Oh yeah, I never got his little like bottom gripper. He like filed weird. I'm trying to figure if I accidentally like mush the bottom off of this. So this was originally like pre-built and glued and everything, and I purposely chopped it off for this project because like once again, Ripper Swarms I don't think are great right now, so people mostly just use them as like objective markers, but I didn't know at the time, so I put them together like regular style. And then now I'm just gonna kind of I just kind of mush them into my minis just to make them look more fucked up and alien. I'm pretty happy with. Oh. So someone makes it for me there. Depends. Honestly, I live in a very northern part of the South. It's not bad. Things are relatively chill here, but that's also understandable. That's understandable. Man, oh, there we go. I was like, I know this guy has some other little bits I need to hit up. What? Oh yeah, this is where I use just like a chunk of arm on there, and I think I need to paint that as carapace, or else it's just gonna look stupid. I was really sort of feeling out how I wanted to bulk these out, and still don't think I really like how that turned out in general. It's fine. Oh, so you pop and get models and leave. No, you should stay a while. I mean, to be fair though, if you plan in advance, you have more reason to stay a while. Like it's weird to like if you pop in and you're like, hey guys, want to play? Like that's a bit more awkward. But like if you have a plan in mind first, it's not so bad. How you doing, N70? How you doing? Yeah, I'm due for a rewatch of the whole series, but I do like me some Zardas. Like what's my current rating? I think I'm Ringo Rumba Bure as far as like I think Ringo's were my favorite out of the OPs, which is a controversial choice, but I really like it. I really like it. Like I think Bure's a good OP too. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's like I like the other ones personally better. But yeah, no, Sayonara's Itsubo Sensei's a treat. Good anime. Good anime. It does, yeah, it really does. I mentioned I'm due for a rewatch. I did also get the hold on. So I don't know who's here because this was a anonymous donation, but I'm gonna go grab a thing. I'm not even gonna bother to like I'm not gonna BRB. This is gonna take me like 1 sec. It's gonna take me like one. And I'm going to cover what? out as well. I'm super zoomed in. Ooh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, yeah, if it's an earthquake, you might want to be quick for that. Fair. Check it out, John. The volume 1 of Genshiken came in. Oh, it's really shiny. That's fun. Also, it is so fucking thick. Apparently, there's the entire series fits into 3 omnibus editions, which is wild. Like, look how thick this fucker is. This is like a whole ass novel. Damn. Genshiken, whoa. I've been meaning to read this for years, so thank you for anonymous donator. I cannot thank you in person. Yeah, it's the nice thing is, like, when I paint and stuff, the camera stability is not a huge issue. But yeah, if I like hit the ground a little bit too much, it does a little shake. Yeah, I think it's, unfortunately, a lot of older series I think are pretty much only super available in Omnibus, especially because, like, you get stuff from, like, yeah, back in the Tokyo Pop era, we did every volume individually, but Tokyo Pop is dead, so, like, now your option is just to get all of it in one go, which I would say for convenience is kind of nice. But yeah, I think I do typically prefer individual volumes. Yeah, I do also enjoy the smaller form factor, but you know, this was a gift, and I am excited to read it. So you know, I'm okay. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. I will easily manage. And once again, the anonymous person, thank you for the Genshin bucks, Genshiken bucks, not the Genshin bucks. Gross. Listen. I already, like, you know, I already get a little ooh finger touch when you guys like donate or anything. I would feel deep guttural spiritual shame if at any point I needed any of you like needed to pay for a gotcha thing. If any of you if you guys are like, if somebody's like, here's $10, roll out Uma Musume, I will promise you I won't. I will say straight up, no. I will not do that. I know some VTubers do, and like good for them, but like I the idea of taking other people's money for gotcha is hell. Pain. So yes. I just kind of I guess I just had like a tangent in my heart. Just like the vitriol for that. There we go. I mean, the Bakushin is fun, but yes, I would never want other people's money to go for Baku. I mean, she's like a 1-star character anyway. I do really enjoy the star system of Uma Musume, where it's like, yeah, this 1 star is like really good, and this 3 star sucks. It's just mostly just, you know, it's kind of arbitrary rarity. I was like, that's a neat thing. That is nice. I will say that's nice. So the boys are drying still. Looking good, looking lad out of 10. At some point, I need to figure out when I want to glue their heads on. At some point, I will need to glue their heads on, and I don't know when. Probably need to add maybe like another layer of orange, maybe. I also don't have like a good lineup for like what head will go where, so I'm pretty sure I dry tested most of these, and I think most of these will fit. But like, you never know. Roll for disappointment. Yeah, that's the big thing at the end of the day. It's like there's a very good chance of throwing away money and like, oh, I don't like that. The thing is, like, for people who are like, there are people that are like, my thing is Genshiken, and at least like for that, I would never do it myself. But once again, where it's like people want to see them roll, so they give them money, and then that kind of turns into like a weird content loop kind of dealio. Not saying like I agree with that, but at least I can kind of understand the spectacle that would lead to that. But like, no, you would need to have a very I don't know what that would ever be like a gotcha game that I would stream even. Maybe if one day, maybe if one day I did like a. It's kind of funny. So like Tacticus always looks like a piece of shit, so I don't think I'd ever do that. I feel like the one gotcha game I would consider doing a stream of, it would only be one. I would love to. I would want to see what the fuck is up with Love in Deep Space. I know that is like the women-centric Gooner gacha game. And I've seen what it does to people, and it turns them into beasts. And I want to know. Yeah, the sexy man game, yeah. Like, I wouldn't want to play it. I would just do, like, maybe, like, one stream of it just to be like, all right, what the fuck is the deal with this? That probably wouldn't be enough for me to get a feel for it, and that's fine. That would never really be the point. Whimper audio. Did I whimper? I legitimately, the only one that I really see a lot is that, like, Solux? It's like he's like a gray-haired pretty boy who's like a little kind of bossy and bad boy, I guess, but also not, because I don't know. Every character is doing a bunch of stuff because of different outfits and whatnot. Hey, I showed my friend. She was like, "What have you done to me?" Wait, you showed your wait. Are you saying you showed your friend Love and Deep Space? Oh, you fucking ruined them. Yeah, it always does seem to be like for me. So it's like the thing that I'm greatly amused by is hey there, Lego man, how you doing? Hey, let's go. Yeah, get you some snacks. I always see from that game like straight up like, hey, did you roll this like 3 or 5, whatever is the rarest rarity in that one? Genchiken has gameplay. Yeah, Genchiken does. I did not realize until like recently-ish that like Love and Deep Space is like an action RPG. Like straight up, there's like it's like a whole action RPG, and the characters you do technically like summon in the battlefield. Like it's weird. It's like that never would have crossed my mind because I don't like. Even people that are like, yeah, I play I play like fucking Nikkei, you at least kind of get like an idea of what the gameplay is like. Even when they do like Nikkei ads, they're like, yeah, this is Fat McAss, but also here's her weapon, and this is Fat McAss doing like a gameplay segment so you can see her special. No, I mean, it is like a dating some kind of deal, but it's like, yeah, it is like an action RPG, the little bit I saw. Here, I'm doing a little bit of light brushing to kind of bring this out a little bit. Let me see if I can find a screenshot of it, because like, it's bizarre. It's bizarre, because you're like, what the fuck? This is, let's see, Love and Deep Space gameplay. I'm just gonna see if I can find an image of just like, here we go. So this is not like, I don't know how this compares to like your typical fight. But yeah, this is what the actual gameplay of Love and Deep Space is. Yeah, it's like an action RPG thing where I think I don't know if it's like one of those ones that you're supposed like. Yeah, I know it feels weird. Yeah, because everybody's like, what? Because like I said, you would never know. If you go entirely off of advertising or the way people talk about it, you would never know. Like I said, Girls Frontline has some like real boner material that they advertise hard. Azure Lane does, Nikkei does, but like you do see, you do see the gameplay in the ads. Whenever I see somebody post anything from Lads, like I will see VTubers that I follow post like, hey, we're doing the fucking Christmas banner and it's like sexy Santa themed, and like you would expect to see like a little moment of gameplay in that ad, but no, not a single goddamn bit. And it's really funny. It's really funny that never comes up. Not even a little. I'm just greatly amused. So you guys see what I'm talking about. I'm curious. This game has like a weird mystique because it's like, what the fuck goes on in the goon chamber for women? How you doing, Fuber? We're talking about what goes on in the goon chamber for women. Specifically Love and Deep Space. Because like I've heard about, so like I'll see like banner stuff. I will see apparently there's a period tracker. Apparently Love and Deep Space is just straight up like a period tracker. So like I don't think people play it for period tracking. I think it's just more like a fun little thing. Yeah, let me show you an example of that too. Let me show you an example of that too. Let me get this like nice little dry brush on the lad. I think otherwise, like I think I might just need to do like a little more touch up, and this guy's basically gone. Let's see. See, you guys see what I'm talking about. It's fascinating. Love and deep space. Period tracker. Thank you for auto completing. And let me see if I can find like a. See if I can find an example of this. Okay, this is okay. So this is directly oh, this is from their Instagram. Hold on, see if I can find a more reputable source on this. It seems consistent. It does. Okay, this is Silicon Era is not was whatever, but let's see if I can. There we go. I'm sorry, the screenshot's fucking sending me. It's great. There's ones where they talk about it, but I'm always seeing ones where they show the calendar. So let's do this. This is a fuckboy McLad guy. I don't know who this is. There we go. Nah, see for me, like there's like I understand that this is very like this kind of style is popular with certain people. They kind of just all look just too much like regular dudes. They all just kind of look too much like regular dudes, and that's I guess it's part of the like making the fantasy more real. I don't know. Doesn't do much for me. Like, and I wonder, do they ever give you like free like gotcha credits when you're on your period just to incur like is there that little bit of like, hey, listen. I understand that like you're on your period right now. And you're like really close to a 10 pull. What if you got like, what if we gave you a discount? What if we gave you a very, very, very minor discount on buying some premium currency? Your digital boyfriend Big Fuckus needs you now. And if you just type in those funny little numbers on your credit card, you can get Big Fuckus in his sexy Halloween bondage outfit, which I do know that exists. Because boy howdy did it activate some of the VTubers I follow. Yeah. Or the opposite, like, no, you fucking idiot, you didn't get my period right at all. I'm gonna track your periods. I mean, you could already start. It's not happening, so, my periods are really easy to track. See, maybe Shinzo would be about this. I always feel like this would be like, this could also be sold to like, I don't know, really any government that got this information could use it for nefarious purposes. I don't know who owns LADS. I think LADS is Chinese, maybe. I don't know. I also love that the acronym for Love and Deep Space is LADS. It's really funny. Like as somebody who says LAD a lot, I find that really amusing. How you doing, Soleil? How you doing? We're talking about Love and Deep Space. The one gotcha game I would stream because everything I hear about it is buck wild and I have to know. Like, one of these days I have to know. I need to know what the fuck really goes on in that game. Like, okay, here's like another thing too. Here's the thing. What the fuck is the story? What the fuck is the story of Love and Deep Space? Like, I know the story of Nikkei without playing Nikkei. I know it's like aliens are attacking humanity and you gotta put women into robot bodies for tactical reasons and definitely not boner. But like, I am aware that that is the story conceit. Is it flimsy? Yeah, it doesn't matter. What the fuck is the story of Love and Deep Space? Is there a summary? Hold on. Is there like what is the sales pitch of Love and Deep Space story? Love and Deep Space story. I'm doing this all. Okay, there we go. Okay, so someone is oh god, it's people just saying that the story is a lot. There's just people saying the story's got a lot going on. What the fuck is the basic pitch Okay, I don't like AI summary, but whatever. Okay. Protagonists are here to protect humanity. So it's just a city that gets attacked by monsters. Is that fucking it? Are monsters coming from deep space and you gotta punch them a bunch? Maybe? I don't fucking know. I don't know. That's something, I guess, you know? Fictional. Oh no, that was real. There was a like a art group did a fun little project where the idea was it was like a tax game, right? Where it would like help you file your taxes. But they got shut down because it's like you are giving a game your credit card info. But you know, don't do that. You're not supposed to do that. Holiday how laundry for free. You are in the wrong place for any of those combinations of words. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to do the dry brushing white on the little poofs. It's like I was like, these guys are really close, but I need something. I needed something to finish that off. But yeah, Nikkei. So from what I understand, weirdly, Mutgrin, like, I understand that this is a cliche, typically, where it's like, no, like, listen, the story's really good. But I have heard that. I've heard that multiple times from multiple people that are like, no, legitimately, the story is like surprisingly good. Like, they're like one of the characters is this like kind of like flamboyantly gay dude that owns like, I think he owns like a casino or something, and like has basically all of his Nikkeis are both built for war, but also for like casino bullshit. Apparently he's just like a really, really fun guy with a bitchin' theme. And it's like, I wouldn't expect a well-liked gay male character in the butt shooting game of all games. It's like, that's neat. That's neat. How you doing, Majide? How you doing? Oh, you should. The Malstrains are great. Malstrain's legit. No, I'm not gay Tony. I think maybe a similar idea. How you doing? I'm working on these, and I'm also talking about, I hit a tangent because, like, we were talking about, like, what gacha game, like, about gacha games and stuff, and I was like, I would probably never stream a gacha game, except for Love and Deep Space. Not because it's, like, I'm the audience for it, but because everything I find out about it is buck wild, and there's never context for it. Hey, Cactus, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the workshop. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, like I said, talk about Love and Deep Space, and then painting Genestealers. You know, what most people do, really, if you think about it. Most people do one of those two activities, and they either paint Genestealers or they play Love and Deep Space. Some people do both, I guess. But yeah. It's I've found out more about that game just by Googling than I ever did seeing anyone I know talk about that game. And I know a lot of VTubers I follow are obsessed with it. It's just really, really funny. I also really like how applying the white paint to these little turnip infection bits always just turned out really, really good. I think it's even just like having so much paint on the tips where it kind of like leaves like a little white bundle is also really, really nice. But yeah, Tax Heaven 3000, maybe it's called that. I don't remember what it was like. Maybe like 2 years ago where that like tax filing game anime. It was like it even did the very typical. It's one of the characters is like it was like an anime girl, and she's helping you do taxes. Which, as far as like kind of like a funny little art installation thing goes, that was a funny gimmick. But yeah, no, I think that shit got shut down because I forget if it would actually file your taxes for you or not, or if it would just put it into a form that you had to send yourself. But the idea that people out there were willingly giving like their social security info to like the developers said they weren't doing anything with it directly anyway. But the idea that people would just be like, yeah, video game, I'll trust you with my social security info is buck wild. Like it's one of those things. Like every now and then I'm like, oh yeah, no, these people like walk around and like vote and talk and stuff. worrying. It's like, yeah, the lad. He could use some goop on his knee. Luckily, the goop is still like pretty moist. Just go back in and touch up any area that just needed some goopage. And like, I feel like I could poke and prod at these for a while. Like, I could probably continue just to fiddle with it, but I'm actually like pretty okay with how they're looking right now. Like, I need to touch up the base with some additional layer, but I'm pretty all right with it. How you doing, Vulcan? How you doing? Yeah, I think that sounds right. That mischief or whatever. Talking stuff, but only 2 or 3. Okay, so they voted dead silent. I mean, you do vote in dead silence, so like maybe you're onto something. the big conspiracy is unraveling. But how you doing? How you doing? I am working on my Genestealers today because I like the rank and file guys. I don't really believe are gonna get done, but these guys absolutely will, and that's gonna be fucking fantastic. Yeehaw! I also got to prime my I got my, I'm pretty sure for Sunday. I almost said Wednesday. I'm like, that's not even a day I stream at all. Why is Wednesday coming out? I'm gonna be doing some Trench Crusade. I think I need to get a Mamluk, especially now that it seems like my local games for pickups are now utilizing Glory a lot more. If I want to run Sultanate, like I do need a Mamluk for my what's it called? I do really want a Mamluk for my Papal States, but really Sultanate pretty much just has Mamluk as an option. Yeah, so this guy, you know, Genestealer, Malstrain Genestealer from Necromunda, that I got used at my local shop, and I was like, this would actually be really fun for a turnip thing. So I actually, like, I added like this like built-in head. I really turniped him out. I actually really like how the white looks. It makes him look like he's kind of like almost like he's got like mold growing on him. Thank you. I got 3 of them. So we got this one that I actually like put like a split face on the top. I got this one. And last one will be this one. Just trying to go back and get that like last little bits, and I think they'll basically be done. Oh. And then like I said, oh yeah, I need to get another layer on the base. Then I gotta get the guys who I have off to the side, which I've not shown in a bit. I'll do that in a sec once I get enough of these like tinted. Because what I was thinking about doing, I forget how much turnip you know off the top of my head, but like I'm wanting to do the Lady Ileana's guttersnipes. But I already have the sniper who I did on they're currently on my Instagram right now. These were originally going to be brutes because you get 6, but they are I thought that, because like I was like, oh yeah, Genestealers are like 30mm bases, but no, Malstrains are particularly large, so they're on 40s. So I was like, okay, they'll be bastards then, you know, like they'll be fast and they'll hit hard. They do kind of got that penicillin look, yeah. Like they'll be good cavalry, like they'll be cavalry equivalent. This one's got a lot of its like bristles like planted down, so like I don't want to accidentally overpaint onto them. I just can not target too much. Like I can leave that little bit, and I get different angles where I can catch little strands. I might still put too much white into this column, but I think it'll be fine. And there we go. Wow, there we go. Oh yeah. I mean, TurboTax, I'm pretty sure got like sued by the government too. So yeah, that's. I mean that tracks. That tracks. Which water? Yeah, because they basically did a thing where it was like they were like overcomplicating and overcharging things. And I know at one point there was like the government was putting together like a way to file your taxes in like an easy, convenient way, and I don't know if that still exists anymore because of world stuff. I have not checked into it in a bit. I will have to do my taxes come next year, and I'm not looking forward to those. That's a tricky thing. Is like I used to be like, oh boy, taxes! I'm going to get a tax rebate, yippee! And it's like, no, it's now that I do this, I'm like. Oh, it's all Uncle Sam is getting all that shit. Yeah, I think right now it's not usable, yeah. It might be that game. I mean, you know, sometimes games are you could look around and find it somewhere. It probably still exists in some form. And then... oh, get the bit and all right, one done. How you doing, Bonnie? How you doing? How you doing? We're talking about TurboTax, TurboTax and Love and Deep Space and whatnot. An extra some fuck. Yeah, that's Special Malona. What's? I actually don't even know what Malona is. Oh, it's like a melon bar. Ooh, God, I'm jelly. What? It's one of those things I see Japanese food, and it's not even like food Japan. A lot of Japanese food does seem really nice. It does seem really nice. I would like one of these days, and I don't know when, and I don't know with who, and I don't know, like, I don't know. I want to go to Japan at least at one point in my life. I don't know, like I said, I don't know when that's going to be, and like maybe I will be an old man by that point, but it needs to happen at some point. I want to go. I need to do the obligatory. Like I do. What was that like joke about that? Like every nerd in their 30s is like podcast, family, or Japan trip. A lot of VTubers I know definitely are doing the that. Oh, it's Korean. Oh yeah, we should get some for that. Yeah. That'd be great. Hell yeah. I'm excited to go during MagFest. There's a really cool like Asian mart that Sasha/Hiyori took us to, and ooh boy, that place had snacks galore, baby. That was so good. And yeah, Gathering of Male Hags is a podcast, real and true. And once again, I do have that like, yeah, podcast sounds like fun. I will fully admit that like I am not immune to podcast ganda. I don't know what I would do for a podcast. I forgot I had the period tracker. I don't need the combat thing, you know. I'll get rid of combat thing. We don't need the lighting setup. We don't need moss lax. We don't need dare I enter the magical realm. I will take this and make it larger though. That's gonna be fun. There. We'll do that. We'll put that right here. There we go. Oh yeah, so like I've tried before. So I this is deep HAL lore that I mention every now and then. So prior to becoming a VTuber, I really wanted to do the like, you know, you're like the typical like tabletop RPG podcast. And let me double check that the ad blocker, the ad snoozer is going off before I go too deep into the weeds. Also need to touch. I'm touching up his feet so that way all the glue and the baking soda are like sealed in. Turnip cast is real. Actually, I wonder if there's a turnip podcast. There might be one. There might be one. Good. I need to like try brush everything a little bit. It's actually going a lot easier than I thought it'd be. Yippee! Let's go. Hey, let's go. I'm glad you're having fun. Hell yeah. Like baking soda over there. Oh, I just super touched that up. All right, there we go. Okay. So, for context, so like my group, like we kind of talked over and we're like, yeah, you know what, let's do this. And that's actually weirdly where I learned to make a lot of mistakes that for streaming, like I feel like a lot of streamers have done the one stream where like the audio is like you're totally muted. That got taken care of that. But yeah, we would actively stream our tabletop sessions, and then like I would spend time editing them into like more condensed forms and splitting them, you know, like 4-hour session into multiple things. And that was going for a while. And like initially everybody was on board, but like I was sort of the only one that really put into the work on that side. Like I was managing the Twitter stuff, I was doing the editing, and then like the other people like didn't really care a huge amount. I think one day we were just like, yeah, you know, how about we don't stream it? And I was like, okay, that's good. And that got buried. And like we were doing a couple podcast episodes to go with that as well. So that was like the closest I've gotten to being in a podcast. It was neat. Like I said, I did learn a lot during that. So like I don't think I was ever like wasted time or anything. But it was very much like do they? No. When I became a VTuber, I purged a lot of that shit. So they do not exist, and that is good. That's fine. So yeah, I made sure to nuke that shit from orbit. But you know, I gotta do basic OPSEC. I do have them saved at the very least, so it's not like they're gone forever, but they're just not for public consumption now. These are now just like private little like, oh, that was fun with my group. Scratches on the back I could fix. Yeah, lost media unironically. And like I've been wanting to do more campaign stuff for like longer running games because of that, and that just never really manifested. So, some of it's my fault for just like not having the time to do that, and other times it's just like, you know, I try to get stuff together and it just didn't pan out. The deep lore streams, no. It was like this is prior to VTubing days, so it'd be like face camming stuff. I will not show that. I will never show that. Like, and theoretically, I guess I could do a funky little thing where I would like cover my face, but I don't think it's worth. I don't think it's worth it to do that. I don't think it's gonna be worth it. Right. These boys are drying. What do I do with the heads? Ooh. Oh yeah, hold on. I could do another layer of brown on their neck. Probably wouldn't hurt to do another layer, just like brown orange. Then probably go back with just like a brighter orange to like really highlight it up. The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure I just remade a color that I already own, but that's, you know, that's fine. That's fine. But yeah, no, it was neat. I like early on it was pretty cool, and like we would get some people, they're like, hey, I'm from this opposite side of the globe and we're watching your stuff and it's really neat. And I was like, oh, thank you. And God, it was like I would because basically I would have to spend a week editing just one, and we would always produce basically one every week. And then I also try to like learn how to like when to upload it and stuff like that. And like I said, it did ingrain some basic editing skills into me, but it was, oh boy, the work of doing that entire thing solo. And it was kind of weird because like I feel like everybody was like really on board with the idea, but it really was just me like managing everything. Maybe everybody else was just humoring me, but it felt like at the time that everybody was really on board and keen with it. And it was something we just kind of talked about doing for years. Do I eventually start gluing the neck in? Do I give that a go? It would be. Oh fuck! There we go. We got ad break. Ugh. I'll have to take an idle break soon. Let me wait. Wait, where's that orange at? Use bright orange. There we go. I like really thin this out. How's the video going? No progress so far. I have not gotten really any progress since. I'm hoping to find the time to do it this weekend to get like a little bit more going. I'm definitely, the end is definitely in sight, but yeah, no, time to work on that has been very scarce as of late. So, I'm hoping, like I said, I'm hoping by the very end, like ideally Saturday. I don't know if I'm going to be going to the shop on Sunday. Maybe I might have Sunday off too. That'd be neat. So I got this brighter orange. Don't mix. Oh yeah, if I mix like a little bit of this. It's the tricky thing. It's like, oh, because of ads. Oh, I was saying progress has not been made. The video is getting much closer, but I have not had the time to work on it some more. It is just kind of buck wild. I'm like, okay, I've did a good chunk of editing and rearranging. I'm like, that was barely a couple minutes. You kept alive. I think it's funny, so I'm leaving it up for now. So why not? Get a little bit of highlighty bits on that, and like do something similar to scarf. It's like, also because I'm going to eventually enamel this, I can kind of go a little quick and dirty with this, where I'm just like, there we go. Yeah, I guess I really do got idea. Okay. Also, these also got like leather belt straps, which I kind of forget that they have. So I do need to fix that at some point. Like a nice like dirty orange, where it's like, there we go. But yeah, I do need to get that video out. That is something. Like I said, I'm currently workshopping a schedule change, which might open up some more time for some video stuff. I'm hoping. We'll see how that goes. Like I said, it's things be happening. Alas, I'm migrating again. Alas, the downside of being a full-time employed VTuber means a lot of that kind of stuff kind of falls to the wayside sometimes. The guild do be keeping me busy. Like after stream, I gotta check on something for the guild at like midnight. Which hopefully that goes smooth and I don't have to worry too much or stay up too late or anything. I'm sure it will be fine, but like, you never know. Otherwise I gotta get 6 to the back. Oops. Yeah, there we go. My brown orange is actually surprisingly holding up. Wet palettes continue to be amazing. Wet palettes are so good. Fully get around there. Even if it's a little like faded in the back, it's still doing its job. I could try to leave the option open that'd be like this. Maybe this is like fleshier cloth. Like the flesh and the cloth are kind of merging, but like nah. All right, there we go. Well, that's dry. Then that means I can take the brighter orange though, and I can apply it to the neck. God, every time I look up at the Ladsbury tracker, I'm just like, Buckwild. How you doing, Tundra Crusher? How you doing? Enjoy your lurk. I am working on my Genestealer. They're turning pretty legit. The debating is like I don't know how much more extra stuff I want to do for the face. Like the eyes are really deeply set. I might be able to get away with just like maybe just washing the eyes. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out. I might have gone a bit overboard with actually gluing them onto the bases, but pretty happy with this. I am pretty happy. I'm actually really happy with this project. Once again, this is like one of those like the issues that sometimes like this entire project was started because I found some cool models in the used bin. I won me a little bit of store credit, and now it's just like turning into like, yeah, I'm gonna have like a bunch of turnip. Like I have more Genestealer projects set up for this. I will say I was a little weak. I was a little weak last time I went to the shop. I didn't spend a crazy amount. It was basically like $30, but they had there's a set called the Brood Coven, which is supposed to be like an expansion for both like Genestealers and also of like Genestealer named characters, but also I think for the kill team as well. And that had what's it called? It has the Magus, the Patriarch, and the 2 Psychic Familiars, and the big boy, the big lad, the Genestealer. Wait, no, that's the Patriarch. Fuck, what's the other one? Primus. Sorry, it had a Primus, a Magus, but then the big one, the big boy, the Genestealer Patriarch himself. I'm like, ooh, let's fucking go. So. That might also be done for like I don't actually know what turnip thing I want to use that for, but this might be like a friend of mine is getting into kill team, and I'm like, well, could make Genestealers for kill team. I could do Genestealer things for kill team. Oh fuck yeah, let's go! Congratulations on getting progress on the night. Hell yeah! Like I don't think this is going to end up eventually. Like I don't think I'm ever going to end up with like a full like Genestealer cult army, especially because like you have to have like a bunch of models and they need to be like I guess if I really don't give a shit about like matching that kind of like overly tech gribbly aesthetic that a lot of Genestealers got, I do get a bit more leeway. A bit. But you still need like a bunch of like really, really detailed models, and that's good. That would drive me fucking nuts. There we go. Also, Tigerion Dono, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. How you doing? I'm working on a project that's combining Turnip28 and Malstrain Genestealers. So I got these. These are gonna be my guttersnipes. And I can show you the Malstrains. They're like I said, they're at that stage where like I could see myself fucking around with them a bit more, but like I think overall, like this is one of the three. I think I'm pretty happy with this. I'm pretty happy with this. These are all definitely the other two lads. Like these are well gonna be good for photography and playing stuff. Yippee. I also really like how the extra heads turned out. The extra heads pretty much turned out great. I love them. Oh yeah, how you doing? How you doing? You do not know me? I'm Halbernut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting Vtuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. Oh yeah. Genestealers are kind of like the Skaven of 40k. I mean, unironically, yeah, they're like one of the many factions that you could stick some Skaven identity into there and be like kind of right. Like a little bullet wound in there, which I think if I just do like a dark blue in there for now, then maybe make that leak or something. It's just funny. You can map Skaven on so many factions in 40k. It's great. That's why like I kind of hope G-Dubs never makes a Skaven faction for 40k because I don't think it needs it. I think you can basically just choose your gameplay style from other armies and just kind of go nuts. Really sloppy highlight there. Okay, so this one. That one's got that little bit. One of these. Okay, this one has a strap. I think one of the other ones has a strap. All right, there we go. Which one do I want to do? Okay, so I think I want to get the heads in. This might be a mistake. I think I want to get the heads in. All right, so this is also going to be the first time I've ever done the like put heads on brass rods and oh, you know what? Maybe real quick. The other ones don't have like super visible eyes, but this one's got a big old fucking peeper. So let me hit that up. Oh yeah, I saw somebody like tagged. It was Ryzen, I think, tagged me on Twitter and was like, "Hey, Hal, have you ever seen people paint with syringes before?" Which I haven't. I have never seen that, but like, it sounds really cool. Like it kind of like kind of in the way that I just did a little dot with this like toothpick. It seems very similar. Like you have like a really thin thing, and like if you get like the nice like blunt art ones, you could like really control the amount of paint coming out. I'm like, ooh, that sounds cool. I want to try it. I don't know when, because like you know, I don't think I really want to get like a whole bunch of syringes just to try something yet, but maybe in the future. Okay, so I glued these on, so luckily I should just be able to go like, hey, there we go. We're gonna do one. Hell yeah. Might be back later. It's all good, it's all good. I got like a decent amount more to go. A little dollop of glow, way bigger dollop than I hoped for. That's fine. Sticking the heads up. Stick the head. Oh no! Oh god! You popped off your base. No, I reinforced. Okay. Things are happening. Mistakes are made. Hey, there we go though. That's how I'll do. I paint rats. I guess I really just didn't do a thick enough layer of glue. I mean, a thick enough layer of what's it called? The PV. Maybe I do. Maybe I do need to do. I tried to go like pretty thin on the baking soda, so that ways I didn't like cover the feet. But maybe I gotta do that. Maybe I do gotta cover and then like reapply dirt texture and then recolor it. Leave. Hopefully that holds. Okey-doke. Let's see. Next one. This one, sure. I do like these though. I'm probably gonna reuse these actually. That's kind of the reason I wanted to use. I use brass rods for those instead of I use brass rods instead of like usually I would use like toothpicks. I really wanted the stability. Really wanted the stability. And that means yeah, I can just reuse this a bunch. Oh no. Yeah, that's fine. Just like what the fuck is that spike? It's just like what this is coming out of me? Nothing. Their necks are gonna fit kind of weird because of the wrap, but I think overall it doesn't look too bad. Especially because I painted the same color as the scarf. Hey, there we go. Look at you, buddy. Look at you. Okay. Okay, I'm okay with this. This one that's kind of like got like the way more spikes. This is gonna be the one that's actively screaming. I think that's appropriate. Oh. Big old fucking chunk of glue off that. Yeah, I can always touch these up. Also realizing I'm out of water, so like I get the glue on them. I'm gonna take a really short idle break so I can like refill and whatnot. Hey, there we go. They scream. Yeah, I was super worried about the necks, but I think all the necks are turning out way better than I thought. At the end of the day, too, these are weird, fucked up, like little alien hybrid guys. So, like, you know, it'll be fun. Got a very, very small. Oh. I'll like remove a little bit more paint on this one. Not too bad. I'm debating because like I was like a part of me was like I wanted to drill into them, but apparently my hand drill, like my little like jeweler drill thing, I guess apparently I was just not aware that it didn't have any like drill bit on it. I don't know where it went. I don't know where that drill bit went. I do think aiming it with the gun kind of has a charm to it, where it's like, yeah, there we go. Slightly. Hey, look at that. Look at you. Like, I definitely had to do a lot of, like, mushing stuff up to make this work, but, like, overall, like, they're appropriately, like, Genestealer-y. This one's creeping off to the side. We got this guy doing a nice, like, scouting peek. I think, like, they looked fine without the heads, but I think really getting the heads in there, I'm like, yeah, no, these are actually, like, looking, like, pretty cohesive, actually. I'm pretty happy with this. All right, I'm gonna BRB. I need to get some water and also idle break. So I'll be right back. All right, sorry. I was just having some fun. I will, for reals, for reals. All right, I'm back. Let's go. All right, hold on. Yeah, let me get rid of the lens tracker. It's just very funny. Okay. Let me bonk that up because I know if I don't remove that, it'll be here later and I'll forget. Hey, we're back. Yippee. Yippee, 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 yippee. Let's go. All right. I imagine these guys are still drying from the glue, so I'm going to leave them alone for right now. What do I want to do? Oh, how about a bonus model that nobody saw coming? Behold, Witch Burner General, baby. All right, let's zoom in. I forgot it's on the scene too. All right, so this is the official Witch Burner General for Trench Crusade. It is a mercenary model. The fun thing about this one though is this is not from the original this is not from the Kickstarter. Well, it is. This is from the OG Kickstarter. This is not resin. This is Ceocast. You can tell because the helmet's fucked because Ceocast is a piece of shit material and I don't like it. I don't like it. So for context, Ceocast is it's kind of like a halfway between like a resin and a plastic, but like you can't really, if you tried to like sand it, it gets all rubbery and it has mold lines. So I had to like really like scrape and like the bottom I didn't even bother with. I know like Infinity uses it a little bit more now. For a while, it's like, why do people hate this so much? It seems like the hate's a bit overblown. No, I get it. I understand. So, he's gonna be, so I kind of want to, like, I don't have I know there's like that like brand new Vallejo, like, what's it called? The brand new Vallejo, like metal color stuff. Those seem neat. I don't even know if those are available publicly yet. So I kind of want to do his armor like that, but I don't think I care that much. So, I mean, like, I want him to look good, but like, I don't need that specific paint. The weird edge in the back. That just like primed over. Oh, thank God. I was like, oh no, please don't be like a mold line I forgot. Nah, it's just slightly primed over stuff. So I'm gonna do a really dark evil red, which is like basically a purple red for the cloak. And I think by the time, like I don't think I'm gonna go. Also, usually he has a pimp cane. This is a Skaven scroll. I decided to give him because I thought it'd be fun. I thought it'd be fun to kind of mix it up a litlittle bit. Like I said, this is basically like a dark purple kind of thing, reddish purple. I will eventually put some reds over it. Because usually it's kind of weird. So like this guy's got red armor and like a red cloak and everything, which is cool. But I've seen a lot of people, even I think some of the official representations of it, make both of them identical with like 0 texturing difference. So I figured at the very least, if I like make the armor red and then maybe dry brush some, like maybe dry brush some like metal damage on there. That'll kind of differentiate it a little bit more thinner. I don't think I'm gonna go like crazy on this guy tonight. I think if I can at least get this like cloak started, that should give me enough time. That should dry and like give me enough time for like the Genestealer guys to get like more situated. I did that fun thing where I took a model that was like relatively simple and like easy to build, and I made it complicated. He also so normally he has these like little tilt shields. And those tilt shields were also made of Ceocast. And when I tried to remove it was weird. So like the tilt shields straight up had they basically had like leftover like little lines. Like when you get like a metal model, there'll be like little stringy like lines like around the edges, which is like, where air is being pumped in for the mold to get out. The Ceocast had that too, but like it doesn't have the durability in metal. So when I tried to cut those, it like snapped off bits of the tilt shield, which would be a problem. But he also has these like 2 perfectly nice circular areas where those are supposed to go. So if I just paint those like silver or whatever, they'll still look good. That'll still look nice. So like, I'm glad they gave me a backup option, because if not, I'd be fucked. I mean, I could kit bash my way out of this. So it's like, it wouldn't be like the end of the world, but I like that it's given me some choices. But yeah, once again, I was part of the original Trench Crusade Kickstarter when they were like, hey, these are cool minis. And I was like, I like cool minis. And then they're like, oh, we're actually going to make a whole war game and we're going to get Tuomas from Mordheim to work on the rules. I was like, oh, cool. I had no aspirations in that original Kickstarter of anything but cool minis, and now I've played, I don't know how many games of Trench Crusade I've said. I've played a lot. Like, there's definitely a lot of people who've played more and like more consistent campaigns, like even in my region, but I still like played like, you know, a decent amount of games, which is cool. He's gonna drive. There we go. I do like that dark purple. Maybe I won't even make that. I could just give him like a bitchin' purple look. Like I could make him more purple. That would be a way to make him stand out a little bit. Go like, I don't know. Witch burners, like the idea of a witch burner feels like they should be red. Like I do feel like conceptually that is a very red, like sounding like setup. That is. This guy's tongue as well. What tongue was he doing? I was doing it originally. Oh yeah, this like light purple. There we go. Paint and camera, baby. But yeah, so I don't know. It's like I could mix it up. I might do that. I might do that just because I'm hipstery and I don't like things being default colors. It's once again like my death guard. An army that's green. Green's my favorite color. Paint them purple. Great. I'm great. I'm great at this. I'm gonna give you some eye color at some points. Gun could probably use a bit more stuff going on. Pants need some a bit more flesh differentiation. I still think these are like relatively like pretty far along, which is good. I don't know if I'm gonna do the immediate like a stream next week working on them. Maybe I don't know. It really depends on the state of my 3D printer because like somebody made those did a bunch of Black Grail models, but like Hollow Knight style, and like I have not played Hollow Knight, so I am a filthy poser at the end of the day, but they look really, really good. Like, I really like seeing the Hollow Knight style, like, transferred over to Trench Crusade. Like, the design language of both actually still kind of shines through. Like, the way they decide to, like, model the Lord of Tumors feels very Hollow Knight, but also still reads as a Lord of Tumors. Like, if I put that on the battlefield, people would be like, oh, that is the Lord of Tumors. I mean, mind you, like, base sizes and, like, heights and stuff kind of, like, really help a lot with that. I still think they did a great job. But like, I don't think the camera can help me on this. This is just angle hell. Okay, there we go. I think we're. It's one of those things. Is like this is either good enough that like no one's gonna look under there. But yeah, I got that. I just need to unfuck my 3D printer. I really, based on the research I did, I think what I need to do is I just straight up, I need to drain the FEP again. Which, fuck, I hate it. He hates it, bros. So I was under the impression multiple of these guys had belts. I guess not. No, I guess only one did. Fuck yeah, let's go. And I need to do like a proper heavy duty. Like I did some leveling, but apparently I need to like press it more and like maybe I just need to like loosen up as well. The FEP, you fuck. Let's see. Like a couple of these that have like little white zones where it's like I did not get the original color in there, which I can fix that up. That would be an easy fix for a couple of these. Hold on tight. Okay. Way too much came out of this. Not critically so. Like not that I'm gonna have to like go like rebuy a bunch of paint. I just did not need nearly this much. That'll be fine. Just gonna go like right here. Get a little bit on there. Then that is supposed to be metal. I see. I thought you were purposely doing that as a bit. If that was an accidental bit, that is very amusing. That is very amusing. I thought you were having a tee hee ha ha chuckle because they sound very similar. I didn't know that was actually that. All good. It's all good. deep in the weeds. Deep in the weeds. You don't hear FAP very much anymore. Like unfortunately, I guess just gooning has now won the brand war, and I don't. Eventually, no, I mean, there's some before. It was cooming before that, so I guess there just has to be a forever evolving word for jerking it in our culture, which is, I'm sure somewhere out there some like anthropologist is going to have like a very interesting paper to write about that one day. I don't know when that paper is going to get written, but they will have an interesting basis for there. There's jorking it. I do. I mean, jorking it is fun to say for comedic reasons, but yeah. Yeah. It is neat. I know sometimes it's just kind of what it's like, ugh, I don't like change because I'm old. And, you know, there's certain words that I will forever be upset about the modern usage of waifu, but like, you know, language do be changing. It do be like that. A little bit more. It's like I can see little white spots in this. Should be fine. Yours is mostly settled. Yours, you have any extra like areas that need hit? No, we Gucci. You a little bit into here. I think the big thing is I need to get that little metal bit. See, I feel like saying cranking your hog, I feel like I go, yeah, cranking your hog, hell yeah, brother. I don't like flogging the dolphin. That sounds, I think it's just because like, I don't know, like cranking and, it's always like, I mean, I guess they're like appropriate words, but flogging is just going straight to like a pain response. Well, everybody knows hogs are like alarm clocks. You have to crank them. Again, I haven't had like a crank alarm. Like I have one alarm that needs to be twisted, and that's just like a cooking one, like a kitchen timer, and that's really about it. The husband, oh god, off. Okay, that one got me because I wasn't expecting the wind up into it. I was not expecting to lead into that. So good job. Oh yeah, no, and it's 4K. It's flagellate. Oh no, I was supposed to say flagellating your little emperor, but that's it was really funny. So like the way that like different people use like real world stuff in 40K context is really funny on a book by book basis. So like, you know, we'll see like in the Horus Rising they play Cups, which is basically like a tarot based like, you know, card game. And like, you know, that's like kind of that's got some like fantasy mystique to it. It is very funny in Caiaphas Cain where they just said straight up like, yeah, Jurgen loves him the porno slates. I was like, what the fuck? I think it's the first time I've heard in any context of 40K the idea that porn exists. Like, it's one of those things you're like, oh yeah, of course porn exists. You came in a good time, Haru. How's it going, everybody? We're talking about porn in 40K, which is canon as per Caiaphas Cain, the Caves of Ice. And how you doing, Pudding? And how you doing, Haru? And how you doing, Delphiman and Sigurd and Tolkai and Gamer Lexa? Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Howard Not the Mimigolf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. And I take it you were playing Ape Escape by Chimp Containment Complete. It's either you were playing Ape Escape or your chat's been really mean to you today. I'm assuming it's the former. Oh yeah, how you doing, nerd? How you doing? So today I've been working on some Genestealer lads for Turnip28. So like, here are the lads. These I think are done. This guy's done. This guy's done. And then I got this guy as well. How you doing, Tails? How you doing? Oh yeah, listen, I've been to some horror streams. I know how the mechanic works. How it's like, what's up, a Woomfies? And you guys are like, we're gonna where it's bully time now. That's why I roll Malstrain with an iron fist. How's it going? Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, I like it if people are like a mini painting thing or a Warhammer thing, and they're like, I should get Hal involved. I do appreciate that. So let me zoom in real quick. And these are the like. Sorry, we were talking about lads because I'm fascinated by it as someone who only gets glimpses from other people. And I learned, like, I showed people, like, did you know that Love and Deep Space is an action RPG thing? Most people don't. I only found out by accident. And yeah, so here are my Genestealer cultist Turnip28 guys. So it's like they are still very work in progress, but progress do be good. Progress do be good. But yeah, I'm doing good. Today's been pretty legit. I got these. I finally got their heads glued in, so they actually look like they're like proper dudes instead of just like headless torsos. Pretty. There we go. I'm pretty happy with this. I love this guy's giant eye. It's like he's like. Oh, thank you. I've been painting a while. It's funny. So I technically started in 2011, but I took like a huge break, so it's never been like a continuous thing. Yeah, thank you. These are the, for people who don't know much about Warhammer, Genestealer cults are humans that have been infected with Tyranid DNA. They lie dormant in the depths of like the Imperial cities, just kind of like breeding and organizing and whatnot. And eventually they form a big enough resistance to sort of overthrow the planet. And use that to try to signal the Tyranids so that the Tyranids will eat them. Which they don't necessarily know that the Tyranids are there to eat them. They kind of think that they're like alien star gods going to save them from oppression, and then the Tyranids eat them. I got into mini painting for a game called War Machine. I've always wanted to do mini painting. I've always basically anything that's like a TG game I've had at least some interest in over the years. But Warhammer was too expensive at the time, so War Machine was like totally affordable. And I had a lot of fun. But then like I moved and War Machine kind of died as a game. And I eventually went to a Warhammer store and got some Skaven guys. And then I got an okay enough backlog that I was like, you know what? I want to be like back in 2020, I was like, I want to become April 2020. I was like, you know what? I want to become a VTuber. So I will be more consistent at finishing my backlog. And that's actually been true. Legitimately becoming a VTuber to work on my mini painting has been real and has actually been like really, really nice for that. Hey, it's all good pudding. It's all good pudding. And yeah, that is the funny thing is like, yeah, hold on, who's saying that? What Valkon's saying, like technically, what's it called? Like the Imperium is such a shithole that legitimately the Genestealer cults early on are very nice. Like they're like usually the idea of like, oh, people like infected sleeper agents are aliens. Like they are trying, like they do generally think that like the Imperium sucks and is corrupt and is make everyone miserable and they can do something about it. And a lot of times they do use like retrofitted like mining tools and like improvised explosives and stuff. They are like very much like resistance fighters. Oh yeah, so you were going for your game backlog then. I see. How has that been going? My backlog progress is I still have a backlog. I'll have a backlog forever. But I painted a lot of minis, so like overall, I think this turned out pretty legit. Overall. But yeah, no, my backlog will be eternal, like most backlogs. But I'm okay with it. I get to show up to the game store with a bunch of cool painted minis, so like I can't complain about that shit. That is the dream. That is the way to go. Getting there. Like orange kind of brightened a little bit. I'm going for a bit of a blue-orange contrast for these guys. I really wasn't originally, but I think it does look nice. I do think the blue-orange contrast does look nice. How you doing, Sent from Evan? How you doing? I was told it could not name or anything 40k based. I mean, you could probably there's enough subtle 40k names you could probably slip in and they wouldn't know. I don't know why it's weird. Like I have a hard time thinking the idea of naming any pet 40k names. Like for some reason, like I was legitimately thinking like if I got a dog, what would I name the dog? And my first thought was Nachos. I don't know why I'm just like, yes, Nachos the dog. I mean, Nachos the dog has like a good ring to it, right? No, don't name anything Grammaticus. John Grammaticus sucks. Perpetuals suck. Sanguinius probably is too much. What would be? You could probably get away with like Vulcan if you're going Primarch style. There we go. Like noon here. Oh yeah, you're awesome. Why is everyone in fucking Japan? Like, you know, I'm glad you're having fun. How is Japan treating you? It's funny because like because I follow you on Twitter, it's like the only bit of info I've gotten about your Japan trip is like, yeah, someone tried to grope me on a train, but guess what? I'm a dude. Haha, got him. It's like, you're taking that really well, Woofy. You're taking that really well. No, you can't be a Woofy. You just are Oomphy. There we go. I forgot. I'm getting my order mixed around. Hey, Katie would be a good name for a cat or dog or anything. Like for a dog, yeah. I think that would be a solid name. Oh yeah, you could do like Katie, stand. It seems you have coaxed yourself into a bit of a snafu there, friend. Oh yeah, okay, that's like, yeah, you can call her like Maze or Mozzie for short too. I like Mozzie as a short name for a dog. I don't know why Mozzie as a dog sounds pretty legit. It does seem nice. Legitimately, like I know so many people who go to Japan and it sounds like they have a lovely time, and I'm like, soon. The problem is all my hobbies are expensive. Like, it's hard to go to Japan and also have a avid wargaming habit, so it's like, It do be like that sometimes. But alas, it is also kind of late for me, so I'm gonna wrap up the stream as well. Ooh, Mozzarella the dog is a very good name. I do like Mozzarella the dog. But yeah, let's go to the chatting stream. Wait, wrong one. There we go. There we go. Thank you guys for coming. I had I had a lot of fun. Schedule-wise, on Saturday, I will be playing Alice Madness Returns, which I have already done about 3.5 hours into that, and I really like that game. That game is really, really good. It really, really fucks. And on Sunday, I'm probably going to be painting some Trench Crusade, specifically a Mumluk, so brace for that. But yeah, everybody have yourselves a good night. YouTube people, I'm going to cut you loose real quick so I can look for a raid. So bye, YouTube people. Bye-bye. And who do?